Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Close. We are live. It is Tuesday, July 28th. We have a lot of earnings to get into, a lot of earnings that are going to correspond with the semiconductor trade, which is unfortunately not performing the best today. We got a very, very slight rebound from the market open. The market open was not necessarily pretty in terms of where these stocks ended up. And, you know, when I mean we have the slightest of rebounds, it is indeed a rebound. S&P 500 right there at 741. We were at 737 during the day. But it is not a seismic rebound. I think the growing concerns around if the Fed is going to hike or not have been part of the reason for the sell-off, which is what Citadel said would happen yesterday. I think that's created quite a bit of confusion between market participants. And on top of that, you do have some more things because someone is going on the podcast tour. That someone is called Sam Altman. And when Sam Altman goes on the podcast tour, he ends up saying stuff. And today, he ended up saying we could get a compute glut eventually, a.k.a. we could be oversupplied. Like the interviewer is like, hey, what could happen to get us to be oversupplied? And, you know, Sam is supposed to say, bro, there's so much demand. Like, I can't see it happening, man. I can't see it happening, dude. Like maybe like little teeny bitty, but I don't think there's going to be any oversupply. This mother effer starts talking about all the ways we can get into an oversupply. And then the market gets those headlines and is like, well, now we're concerned there could be an oversupply. So you just had so many different things correspond in a bunch of different areas. And that's led to, you know, markets continuing to be pretty ugly for today. Amcor down 24%. That's down. Nebius, again, a little recovery up from the 162 range. It got up to 173, but still 168. That's down 10%. CoreWeave, not fun. That stock down 5% as well. Oracle somehow on the day has stayed green, which is confusing given that all the other neoclouds have taken a hit. Memory, not doing well either. SanDisk down 13%. SMH down 3%. Fun stat about the SMH right here, which is the semiconductor index. It is on its fourth day of losing streaks. And this is the longest run of declines for the SMH, the semis, since December. We have not had a 4-day losing streak on the semis since December, which is quite incredible when you think about it, but it also adds to the validity of why people are saying we need to experience a little bit of sell-off because things have just gone way too up way quickly. Without any level of consolidation that has been happening as well. On top of that, these are the stocks that hit all-time highs today. Philip Morris, Merck, Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson, Visa, JP Morgan, Apple, Bristol Myers Squibb, 3M, Airbnb, Ross, GM. As you can see, not typically your high beta names, not the names that are getting all the attention, but as a result, they are the ones that are, fundamentally catching the bid today, which means I think the market's scared. The market's being a bit more defensive. And as a result of that, your semis are going to take a bit of a hit. We got two things from the Trump administration that happened today. One that just came in right now. The other one has to do with what they said a couple of hours ago. So first of all, Trump administration moves to spare space companies from environmental reviews. Proposal aims to accelerate launch approvals as annual commercial flights are projected to exceed 500. Companies including SpaceX, Rocket Lab, Blue Origin, and Stroke Space stand to benefit from this. Are we getting a green candle on Rocket Lab? Not really. That stock's still down 5% on the day. How about SpaceX? SpaceX still down at 3%. I don't know if Elon called Trump and said, try to do this to help pump SpaceX stock, but this headline feels kind of useless to me, to be honest. Trump administration moves to spare space companies from environmental reviews. When did the Trump administration care about environmental reviews anyway? I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just not one of those things that I think is going to fundamentally help the space trade that much. ASTS right there still down about 4%. Rocket Lab still down about 5%. Erwin says, because I emailed, dude, shout out to Erwin. Erwin, did you guys know there is a press line at the White House? Any citizen of the United States can call a number and leave a message for the White House press line. It was established back in 1992. And Trump theoretically could listen to the voicemail you leave him. Our boy Erwin sent a detailed 4 paragraphs that he texted me today about why he's upset about the short selling activity in Rocket Lab. That's how bad it's getting, folks. We've got people emailing the White House trying to figure out why the SEC is not investigating the shorts into our space name. So unfortunately, still an ugly day for Rock Lab. Amcor right there down about 24%. But I don't know if this headline is going to change anything for space. The other big headline that we had today was that the Trump administration is going to be banning Chinese robots, which I actually think is a really, really good thing. It looks like next week they're going to officially make the announcement that they are banning any supply chain, any part of the Chinese power inverters that go into the robots coming from China, and banning all Chinese humanoid robot imports. I think this makes a lot of sense. China bans all of our social media and tech companies. We might as well make sure we have a hardware advantage. Also, I don't think we want Chinese robots inside U.S. warehouses or U.S. homes. So this is something that I thought was inevitable. It's not necessarily something that's going to help most of the robotic stocks because there's not that many that are public. But this should be good for Tesla, Amazon, et cetera, when they get robots to scale. It's just, right now, robots have not really officially gone to scale. So the big story today outside of those headlines was what's going on with Israel. We have not received an update. Right when I left at the market open, there was a report that said Qatar, Pakistan, and Egypt are very close to coming up with a new agreement that would allow the United States and Iran to essentially reconcile their memorandum of understanding, which ended up getting destroyed over the past couple months or the past couple weeks as they've continued to hit strikes at each other. And so you had the Times of Israel report that Trump, after his meeting with Netanyahu, will basically make a decision on if he wants to go back to negotiating with Iran. Trump effectively said this morning on Fox News that he wants to get back to negotiating with Iran. There have been no updates since that proposal. Iran and Oman, by the way, have already approved the proposal from Pakistan, Egypt, and Qatar and said we're good to go, which kind of explains why there haven't been that many strikes over the past 48 hours. There were supposed to be strikes on Friday. Trump shut those down, which means the Iranians didn't strike over the weekend. So that kind of created a little bit of a base for the market to bounce off of. We got a bunch of earnings after the bell, and we're going to see if maybe some of those earnings get a better macro environment to report into. Bsoft says, do iPhones made in China count as Chinese robots? That's a good question. But no updates on this Israel meeting. After the meeting, apparently Trump went to Lindsey Graham's funeral. So I have not seen any official updates. I feel like we should get it either today or tomorrow on what the result of that meeting was. Meta right there, barely going green on the day. And maybe that will be something that creates some level of momentum for the broader AI trade. Micron's still down 8.7%. It was at 789 at one point, so at least we got that bounce from the low. But, still been pretty ugly over the past couple of hours. SK Hynix does report today. I didn't even know that. That's not going to be happening after the bell, right? That's going to be happening at like 12 a.m. That's going to be happening they're not going to be reporting on a U.S. schedule. So SK Hynix down 9% today. That I think we'll get those results later tonight, and Kospi will literally be going up or down based on those SK Hynix results. But outside of that, I mean, you didn't get the major updates that we needed to see today about the Iran stuff coming to an end, or at least, having a chance to come to an end. Look at oil. We're down 4%. Folks, we're down 15% in the past 48 hours on oil. Again, the fear of a rate hike, I think, is also creating a lot of the selling pressure that Citadel put out yesterday. The Fed probabilities are still having us at 35%. So the odds of a rate hike are actually quite low happening tomorrow. And again, maybe there's some forced selling into the fears that would create, which would be ironic if Citadel's, buying all these stocks and going to be selling calls tomorrow on Oldham when the premiums get juicy. But crude's down, the 10-year's down substantially today. I mean, you had some good macro updates. It just has not been enough to necessarily change the sentiment around the semiconductor trade. Here's what Sam Altman said earlier today around how we could get into a potential supply glut when it comes to compute.
Forced to imagine a scenario where we are somehow oversupplied in compute in 2 years' time. What would be that story?
It does feel possible. If the models get so smart and so efficient that they can kind of do everything we need and, build every piece of software we want. And if the bounds of our attention are such that they just cannot absorb more than what it turns out a fairly limited amount of compute can do, then we can get into oversupply. Also, if we don't drive the cost curve down because we hit some sort of scaling wall, we could also get into oversupply. Like the observation about uncapped demand implies a certain price.
Can you give your...
All he had to say was, I can't imagine a scenario, dude. He's like, I know you're putting me on the spot here. I know you're asking me to imagine this oversupply. I can't think of it, man. It's too much demand. It's too much demand, not enough compute. That's all he had to say. He ends up giving this intellectual answer. We don't need that shit, bro. We need you to say, We don't have enough compute. That's it. You hear Jensen say that shit? No, Jensen says we're compute constrained every time they ask him. That's all you have to say. I don't think that actually had an effect on the market, but I did see, Bloomberg took up that 30-second soundbite that you saw, and Bloomberg said, Sam Altman says there might be a supply glut. And it just the nature of that headline in and of itself, right? That headline on a day like this, it's not the best. So nonetheless, we're going to see how this ends up playing out, but obviously it's been a little bit of an ugly day. The earnings we have after the bell: Bloom, Seagate, Enphase. What else do we have? Visa. We'll use those 4 on the poll. Which one do you think outperforms? Put in the chat which one of these companies you own. Let's make our watch list as well. We have 2 minutes for earnings to start. We will have Technical Tuesday in about 30 minutes. We have Bloom. We have Visa. We have Seagate. That's a memory name. That'll be important. We have Enphase Solar. That's important. Teradyne. That's important as well. You also have KLAC. That's going to be important. That one's actually done pretty well over the past month. Zeta actually had a good day. A bunch of the software names did relatively well. Palantir, not the best today, but a few of the other names did okay. Cheesecake Factory, we've got that one. Ford, which actually, Ford's a sleeper potentially. Got a bunch of upgrades over the past week. Maybe those are nothing, but Ford might be getting into the data center space as well. Technically, there was a headline of that last week, so we're going to see. We have Mondelez and we have Tilray. All right, so we have a ton of these companies. Grab did end up going green on the day as well. Again, some of these names that technically are not super high beta, they've been okay today. Oil did come down as well, which has been good for Grab, etc. But a lot of the high beta names still took a pretty big hit. Meta, Microsoft, Hood tomorrow is going to be very important. We have FOMC right before that. We have SoFi in the morning. PayPal actually was up 4% on the day. So you had some names that put up some decent numbers. Even UPS, they raised their guidance. They beat on their EPS and revenue. The stock's down 6%. I think some stuff they said about the consumer wasn't the best for the street to hear. Tesla was about to go below 300 before it bottomed at 300.69, now at 3.7. Corning was at 114, now at 125. So again, throughout the middle of the day, you had some level of calming down, but obviously still pretty nasty day across the board for many of these stocks. All right, folks, here we go. We got a bunch of earnings. Let's see if these companies can put up some good numbers on a pretty crappy day. Tuesday, July 28th. Thank you all for being here at 4 p.m. The stock market is now closed. All right, let's see what we got. The S&P 500 closed at 740.76 today. So we actually closed green on the S&P 500, which is not too bad given how ugly it was during the beginning of the day. Meta right there at 593. Robinhood closed at 92.76, down another 3%. Reddit closed down about 0.5%. Nebius took a pretty nasty day, down about 10% as well. T1 Energy had a couple of issues in regards to their guidance. That's why that stock fell 15%. But again, it was down almost 30%. So many of these names at least got some level of relief. Dell was at 358, rebounded to 392, still down 8%. But, it was uglier earlier in the morning. All right, earnings. I think we should be getting them very soon. Hold on. We just got a healthcare headline. Trump administration to end Medicare drug plan subsidy program. UNH doesn't love it, down 1%. Humana doesn't love it, down 2%. Wall Street Journal just now, Trump administration to end Medicare drug plan subsidy program. We'll keep an eye on these healthcare stocks and see how they react to that. Okay, KLAC, that's up 2%. I don't have numbers yet, but we're seeing some action. Visa, that's up a little bit. Bloom Energy, this one is down 50% from the highs. It was down 11% today. Cheesecake Factory, this one's been really well over the past couple of weeks. That's up 1%. It was up 2% on the day. Ford is relatively flat. Teradyne is flat. Enphase is up 1%. Seagate, this is going to be a big one for Micron, SanDisk, and Western Digital. And we'll see if it impacts any of the other memory names as well. Last time Seagate reported, I think it was at like 650 and pumped up all the way to 800. So not too far off from those highs, but definitely had a reaction last time that was a bit more positive. Okay, I don't see any earnings results yet. You guys said the one that'll outperform is Bloom. 41% of you said Bloom will be the one to outperform. We should be getting these numbers in a second. By the way, Gavin Baker's analysis of why we've been seeing this sell-off over the past couple of days, his argument is that it's hyperscale debt and credit default swaps, which is widening the spread on the credit for bonds that are essentially associated with data centers. So his argument is the only reason we've been seeing this sell-off is because the market is uncomfortable with the amount of debt that the hyperscalers are taking out. His argument is that the GPU rental prices keep going up, so it makes sense for them to take on this debt because it's profitable and operating cash flow is what they're going to be able to drive benefits from far beyond the 6 to 8% yield that they're paying on the debt. But his argument is the debt probably is the structural reason why the market has been so anti-semis over the past couple of days. KLAC right there, that's up 2%. Bloom is up 0.5%. I still don't have any numbers. Actually, I do. Caesars, I did not know they had earnings today, but Caesars Entertainment, that stock is flat. Revenue is up 3% year over year at $3 billion. Net loss at negative $62 million versus negative $82 million expected. Adjusted EBITDA $920 million is down 3% year over year. Digital adjusted EBITDA is down 15% year over year. Not really a ton of growth metrics. Yeah, Vegas might be getting too expensive, potentially. I do not own Bloom Energy. It's in my stock draft. It's not in my personal portfolio. But it is in the stock draft. Skyworks, they beat on EPS 108 versus 103. Revenue 935 versus 925. That's a beat on the top and the bottom for Skyworks. That stock is down 7%. Guys, I'm not going to lie. What does Skyworks do again? I feel like I completely forgot what this company does. It's in the semi space, right? I'm pretty sure it's in the semi space. Semiconductor company. Yeah, I completely forgot what this company does, but it's in the semi space. So we kind of want them to have a good quarter growth. 8%, 9% down. It's a supplier for Apple. Yeah, I looked at this company like 5 months ago and I do not remember at all what they do. But if it's in the semi space, honestly, all that matters is they have a good earnings. And as of now, even with a beat on the top and the bottom, Street's not loving the earnings. Revenue guide seems to be fine. They beat by 1% on revenue, beat by 5% on EPS. Chips for wireless. Okay. Well, stock's down 7. As the market's not happy about that. Seagate, that's 5. We need that for these memory names. Seagate up 5%. Let's see. Bloom also, we need that for the energy space, up 5%. Bloom and Seagate, these are kind of your highest beta names right here after hours. If they can have some really strong numbers, even if the stocks end up flat, you would just want to make sure those numbers are strong enough for the street to be excited. Wow, Bloom. Okay, Bloom numbers. Street wanted 41 cents of EPS. They come in at 78 cents of EPS for Bloom. That is a 90% beat on EPS, 29% beat on revenue. Street wanted $827 million. They came in at $1 billion. Is that their first $1 billion quarter? $1.065 billion. Revenue's up 165% year over year. EPS is up 680% year over year. Bloom is up 8.23%. Seagate was up 5. Now it's up 2. I don't have the Seagate numbers yet. KLAC, I don't have those numbers yet either, but that's up 1%. I mean, the top line on Bloom seems pretty damn incredible. Like 90% beat on EPS, 165% revenue growth. Stock does trade at a premium, but they need to put up the growth to deserve that premium. And at least from the top line metrics, looks relatively strong. Seagate, Street wanted $3.49 of EPS. They came in at $3.63. Revenue. That was revenue, $3.63 billion versus $3.49. Adjusted EPS, Street wanted $5.08. They came in at $5.71. They beat EPS by 12%. They beat revenue by 4%. Are we going down? Seagate is not going down, but it's definitely losing a lot of its momentum. $7.90 back to $7.52. Revenue's up 48% year over year. EPS is up 120% year over year. Bloom's second quarter adjusted EBITDA, the Street thought they would do $152 million. They did $253 million. I mean, Bloom beat on every freaking metric you could imagine. That stock's up 10%. Seagate looks like it wants to lose 750 and officially go red. Street's not adjusting that positively to these results. Enphase is up 5. Enphase EPS Street wanted was 46 cents. They came in at 46 cents. That is a inline read on EPS. Revenue Street wanted 290. They came in at 291. Revenue is down 20% year over year. EPS is down 33% year over year. Not getting much from Enphase in terms of a beat, but you are at least seeing. You are at least seeing the stock react positively, up 3.63% right here for Enphase. Visa is down 1.2. Visa adjusted EPS 332. The street wanted 323, so that's a beat on Visa. I'm going to try to get their revenue numbers in a second, but it looks like Seagate and Bloom had pretty damn good earnings. Visa EPS, again, 332 versus 323. Revenue 11.6 versus 11.4 billion. EPS was up 11% year over year. Revenue was up 14% year over year. They beat by 3% on EPS. They beat by 2% on revenue, as Visa goes down about 0.5%. KLAC, I do not have the numbers, but I think the numbers are kind of ugly. That's down 6. This is semiconductor equipment. This is one has actually had a really good past few weeks now in the midst of this semi-decline. Okay, KLAC, EPS 105 versus 1. That's a beat. Revenue 3.65 versus 3.6. That's a beat. Revenue is up 15% year over year. EPS is up 12% year over year. Those are not the most amazing growth metrics, but they are indeed beats. Maybe this was priced in. Potentially. KLAC year to date is still up 50%. Peaked at around 300 at the end of June. Now at 190 after hours, down about 6%. As we're seeing that one take a hit. Ford is up 1.63. Let's take a look at Ford. Ford EPS 42 versus 35 cents. That's a beat by 20%. Revenue 48 versus 47. That's a beat by 2%. Revenue is down 4% year over year. EPS is up 14%. Ford is up 2% after hours. Okay, so nothing too surprising from Ford. KLAC, I'm trying to figure out the deeper reason why this one's taken a hit, but it's very in line with the semiconductor theme itself. Seagate's back up to 4.38%. Bloom, she's losing it. This was up a lot more. Hopefully that doesn't officially turn red, but it was up a decent chunk more. Visa's flat. Cheesecake is flat. Mondelez is flat. Caesars Entertainment's flat. Skyworks, even with the double beat, that is down 8%. And again, if you see some of these names give back their gains, I wouldn't stress too much about that because that's kind of inevitable if we're in a general drawdown. Like, no amount of earnings beats can surpass the algos that are programmed to sell every name in the sector. But you want to know the company is doing well, right? It would be worse if TSM and ASML had sold off because they were doing bad. They're doing really well. They sold off because they're going to sell off if all the semis are selling off. But Bloom earnings are incredible. Obviously, we'd like to see the stock go up, but the earnings themselves are good. Same thing with Seagate. Quite frankly, same thing with KLAC. And the fact that Bloom's at least holding some green is showing how much respect the street has for some of these numbers in the midst of all this red. Seagate as well, as that's up 5.6% as well. Let's see if we can get some more updates on these earnings. Then we'll try to dive a bit deeper into the numbers. Here is Seagate.
$5.71 adjusted on revenues of $3.66 billion. I have to do a double take with the Q1 guide because that did come in stronger too. At $4.1 billion revenue, that was higher than the street wanted on EPS of $7.30. So much higher than the 580. Their gross margins were intact for Q4, 52.7%. They said they had a record free cash flow of $3.1 billion. And in the release, they're saying they see momentum continuing into 2027. So again, this is a company that has soared over the last year and is relatively volatile, much like the memory names. We can see it's actually climbing post earnings, something we haven't seen from a lot of the chip names as of late. Guys?
Christina, thanks. Christina Partsinevelos. Let's get back to Paul Hick.
Okay, so that was Seagate. Again, market seems to be relatively strong on that one. You're not seeing anything too crazy. Probably should be up 5%. Here's the forward numbers.
of expectations, but not by a lot, coming in at $44.89 billion. The street's at $45.86 billion. Numbers within the numbers for the second quarter for Ford: net loss of $1.3 billion, an EBIT margin of 5.2%, with free cash flow of $2.1 billion. And for each of the divisions, here's how much money they made or lost. When it comes to internal combustion engine vehicles, they made $1.13 billion, made $1.7 billion on their commercial vehicle division, and then they lost $919 million when it comes to their electric vehicles. Those, remember, are the current generation. They're moving towards a next generation that will be coming out next year.
So Ford's up. Again, they made money on everything except their electric vehicles. Those have been money-losing vehicles for a while now. Rocket Lab up a little bit after hours. Seagate finally getting some love, 8.9%, as that stock starts to make a bigger move. Again, SK Hynix will have earnings later tonight. So some deeper numbers from Seagate. Street wanted $3.5 billion of Q1 revenue for 2027. They said $4.1 billion. Street wanted about $5.86 of EPS. They came in with $7.30 on the guide, so they beat on the guide metrics. Fiscal 2026 revenue is up 34% year over year. $3.1 billion in free cash flow. Again, a lot of that free cash flow leaving the hyperscalers, going to the CapEx beneficiaries. They reduced their debt by about $1.4 billion. They only have $3.6 billion in debt. Record cloud demand, profitability, $1.1 billion in free cash flow this quarter, $1.3 billion in operating cash flow. And gross margins, wow. It was 37.9% last year. It's now 52.7%. Obviously, we saw Micron's gross margins get a lot of love as well, as all the memory names should be having better margins. Western Digital is up 6% after hours following Seagate. Micron's up a little bit after hours following Seagate, and same thing with SanDisk, up a little bit. Micron and SanDisk up about 1%. Western Digital and Seagate up 5 to 7%. Man, those are really good numbers. Those are really good numbers. I just wonder how much the street's going to care in the midst of concerns around data centers more broadly. Enphase, they raised guidance to $320 million versus $305. Margins 47%. Street expected that. Free cash flow of $25 million. Revenue, they beat by $1 million. Enphase is nothing super exciting in terms of their numbers. The stock's up 3%, but it also fell from like 60 in the past month. So maybe any piece of good news was good for Enphase. We also have NXPI and their numbers, which I just had. Is that stock doing okay? NXP Semiconductor. Wow. Whoa. That's down 8%. Okay. Street doesn't like that. EPS 361 versus 353. Revenue 3.5 billion versus 346. NXPI year over year about 15% growth for next quarter. Gross margins 59%. They beat on guidance. They beat on revenue, beat on EPS. EPS is up 33% year over year. Revenue is up 19% year over year. Stock is still down 7%. Unfortunately, as that is taking a hit. Ford was the sleeper. Dude, this thing has been getting a ton of call option flow, and it's been getting a ton of upgrades. Now, I'm not seeing them say anything other than their headline numbers, unless they announce like some data center deal or something, which theoretically could be negative for them in this environment. But the headline numbers, to me, don't necessarily justify a massive pump. So it feels like there's something else that the street is looking at. That's exciting right here. Again, on Ford, they beat by, well, EPS, they did beat by 20%. That is fair. Revenue is still down year over year. Revenue beat by 2%. Yeah, I guess you could say the EPS beat. 20% EPS beat. I guess that's enough. That can make a move. Bloom, are we up? We are up 11% on Bloom. Okay. Bloom is up. Seagate's up. So the two companies that kind of really needed to put up some good numbers, they definitely did. The stocks are now reacting like they should, which is actually, dare I say, kind of healthy in this environment, given how much semiconductor names have not had their stocks react positively. Cheesecake Factory, don't have those numbers yet, but those are also up 4%, or that stock's up 4%. Enphase up 4%, Teradyne's flat. KLAC, I didn't think the numbers were horrible, but after going down 6% today, is now down 8% after hours. All right, so looks like that's how the market seems to be thinking of the larger high beta names. I'm not streaming the Bloom call. We'll have Technical Tuesday, but if anyone wants to watch it, it'll be on the likely on the website for Bloom. Let's get an update from KLAC and see a bit more about their numbers.
Yeah, process control for semiconductors. So it's considered an AI CapEx play. And so for this name, they posted an EPS of $1.05, 5-cent beat with revenues of $3.66 billion. So a small revenue beat. I think in regards to the guide, maybe that's why we're seeing the stock down so much. The EPS coming in guide at 1.16 at the midpoint. That's only 2 cents higher than what the street anticipated. Same thing for Q1 revenue guide, $4 billion. When I was going through some analyst notes prior to this, they were saying that it needs to be higher for $4 billion for the stock to really move. So perhaps that is why the non-GAAP gross margins guidance for Q1, 62.5, so a little bit higher than what the street was anticipating. But nonetheless, it wasn't enough to appease investors. Shares down about 8% for this semi-cap equipment name. Guys?
Yeah, already almost 40% off.
All right, so that's KLAC Cheesecake Factory. Revenue, $1.29 billion versus $955 million last quarter. Net income, $68.4 million, $1.41 of EPS. They had a $1.4 million pre-tax net expense. CEO says we built on our strong start to the year with another quarter of better than expected financial results as revenue margins and earnings all exceeded our expectations. Our performance was led by the Cheesecake Factory restaurants with comparable sales and traffic meaningfully outperforming the broader casual dining industry. Cheesecake Factory right here. Let me see if I can get the expectations, but it looks like they've obviously beat the expectations in a more meaningful way. So the street was expecting on Cheesecake this quarter $999 million of revenue. They came in at $1.029 billion. So not a crazy beat, but still a beat. And then EPS, the street was expecting that's a little bit better. 118, they came in at 141. So got a double beat on Mr. Cheesecake. And as a result of that double beat on Cheesecake, stock is liking it. After hours, Cheesecake right there up 5%, as that's up 4.47. It was up 2% on the day. Enphase still up 3. Visa's down 1.5. I'd be curious to see what Visa's saying on the call about the consumer here and consumer credit trends that they're experiencing. Cheesecake right there up 4%. Tilray's up 1%. Bloom 11%. Andy says, I got employee of the year when I was a Cheesecake employee. That is a flex. That is indeed a flex. Oh, wow. Hold on. Avis Budget Car Rentals. Remember this stock went to like 800 this year because 2 hedge funds were squeezing it? EBITDA 286 versus 255. EPS $1 versus $1.85. They missed by 50% on EPS. Revenue 3 versus 3.1. They missed by 3%. Revenue's down 1% year over year. EPS is up 900% year over year. They made $35 million of net income. This stock, ticker symbol CAR, yeah, it's getting hit as that's down. Well, there you go. I mean, this thing, again, has been messed around with. I mean, look at this chart, dude. It was at 847. It got like institutionally squeezed. So obviously it's taken a hell of a beating to the downside. But, you know, the earnings, I don't think there was anything ever fundamental about the story. And that's why it's now getting a 14% hit here after hours. Micron getting a little bit of a move. Western Digital still up 5.8%, and then Seagate up 7%. Now, SK Hynix is going to be reporting at 8 p.m. Eastern, so we're going to have to see if SK Hynix can continue the momentum when it comes to the memory earnings, which I would imagine SK Hynix is going to be amazing with their numbers, but the amazing numbers in semis and memory has not officially led to the market being super excited. Cheesecake Factory expects to open up 26 new restaurants in by the end of the year. And again, they beat on EPS, revenue, and the guide right here as Bloom continues to make a nice little move after hours at 11.48%. Okay, so those were all of the earnings that we have today, folks. We had Bloom, Caesars, Tilray, Mondelez, Cheesecake Factory, Ford, 7% move after hours. Is that one had a pretty good EPS beat. Enphase up 3%, Seagate up 7%, Visa down 1.3%, and then Bloom up 11.5%. And so we are not going to listen to any of the calls, but if you do want to listen to any of the calls, they will be on the website. We'll try to get some insights from the calls over the next 24 hours and see what these companies are saying about the consumer. Very important to see what Seagate is saying about memory demand, memory supply, pricing power, all that stuff. Same thing with Bloom Energy when it comes to fuel cell technology, when it talks about the relationship with two major partners, Brookfield and Oracle at this point, in terms of actually building out these data centers. And we're going to see how the market thinks about it. All right, it is Tuesday. I know a lot of people have some questions around what's going on with the technicals of this market. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is time on a Tuesday to roll the intro. What's up, man?
What up?
Did you just clap for yourself? I like it. Not too bad.
Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you, man.
We gotta have fun sometime, dude. Because this market, let me tell you, can drive a brother crazy. That's all I know. But
I agree. I think let's just get straight into it because people are very curious about your perspective, the technicals. We'll do the indices, the major large caps, and then we'll get into audience requests. But I'm also curious because I haven't talked to you in the past couple of days, and you got a haircut. I can see. Nice little haircut.
oh, you can tell. Yeah, I had to go get a haircut. Different place. I got a haircut, dude. Inflation is real. That's all I can tell you. My regular barber was gone, and I end up paying. I don't know if this is a lot. How much do you pay for your haircut?
Like $40. What is that? Too much?
No, mine was like $90.
Okay, that's a little aggressive.
Is that so? Okay, so 860. It's like, give me the Steve haircut. 45. Yeah, because my regular barber is like 45, and then I give him like a $20 tip or whatever. And then this one was, I don't know. Maybe I just felt like it was getting expensive.
I used to pay 20 for this. I remember back in 2021, It was $20. That's when we moved to this area. I was like, oh, it's $20, but obviously it's a lot more.
See, they're 25.
Yeah, my max used to be, for me, my max used to be 25, like my absolute max.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. Women's haircuts are like 100 something, definitely. But Amit and I get our haircuts like every 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, that gets to be a little aggressive. I got scanned for 90. I mean, it's very possible. I was kind of thinking that, but they at least gave you like a hot towel and a shampoo. So.
Dude, I get the hot towel and like I get all that for 40.
They go 90 is crazy. I just,
All right. Yeah, let's get into it. Let's bring up the S&P and I'm really curious, dude. What are you seeing around this price action? Maybe the S&P isn't the best gauge of it because the S&P is holding up while semis are getting hit. But
yeah, I think that's a fair point. I will say the S&P is okay. It's heavy. As in like it's on edge. So like if we have 735, which is, let's see, I'll just zoom in a little bit. I'll start the timer. So it's like 734s, something like this. This area right here, that's support right here on SPY, this general area, which no, we haven't broken. And to your point about maybe SPY is not the right gauge, it really depends on what you're in. What I'll say is that if SPY were to come down from here, then things can get really ugly really fast. And I'll just say this: there is a prior all-time high of 697, and coming into the year, I did not have this. Like I did not have this kind of rip your face off rally on my bingo card at all, to be fair. And we were in a similar, actually, if you remember, we were in a very similar situation coming out of this time, like at the very beginning of the year, and we were actually breaking down very similar. I could even do like a little bit of a replay here. I don't want to take too much time, but just looking at this scenario coming into the new year, like we were looking very, very toppy, very, very similar. And I don't remember what happened, but like as you played this forward, it was getting a little sketch. I think we even came down. We were at the end of the support here, 650. And I think there was even, and we had, looking back, this is November. Looking back, you're like, oh my goodness, there's a lot to retrace. And it was pretty clear that we had, that kind of potential. So my point of bringing this up is that I'm looking at the same thing happen one more time. But what I don't want to do is, like, if you were to react right here in this moment, at that point in time, this is November, we start breaking down, right? Like this is an actual breakdown. And maybe you remember, I don't. I will say right now on Qs, and I'll show you in a little bit, we're actually like right there. So very similar.
Right.
And then immediately we get like this bounce back up to the highs. And I think what we could be looking at with FOMC right around the corner is something like this. And I also remember in this moment, I'm like, okay, well, one of two things can happen, right? Your trade. So first of all, your short trades, if you're short, you should be selling, which means that there's possibly some profit taking or some short covering coming into the end of the week after FOMC, or as we get close to FOMC, probably tomorrow morning. We'll see. But the problem is that even if we got this big green candle, it was always very possible and almost probable in that instance that we actually rejected. So you just need to chill, not do anything, because what ended up happening was, okay, well, then we ended up getting a full day over and a little bit of a retest, and we ended up holding. We got a new non-farm payroll number here, which we're at the end of July. We're about to get August again, and then all of a sudden, after that, I think this is Good Friday. Whatever happened on Good Friday, we just ripped all the way back to the upside, all the way through all resistance, and it was like, oh crap, what's happening? And we just kept on going, right? And then so here we are again in a very similar situation. And so I just want to put it in perspective where, yeah, most people that do charts for a living or technicians or whatever would probably tell you that this is looking like we're going to break down. And I'm not gonna lie. It actually looks that way, but I still don't have that moment where it's like, okay, this is happening decidedly. If I move on to Qs, it's a little bit different where, like I was saying, we have broken down 1, 2, 3 levels on Qs. I don't think it's 605. I think it's a little bit higher. Yeah, 627, which is support. And so keep saying, and so on the right hand side of my screen, there's what we call like a volume profile. I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it a little bit better. But this is time. It's not time at price. It's volume at price is what you're looking at here on the right hand side of my screen. This is very basic. It's not anything special. It's just called a volume visible range volume profile. But it creates a little bit of a. I'm on to Qs already, so I'm going to reset this. It creates a little bit of a mountain range, and what this is called a high volume node. These areas right here, and in between that, we have like these low volume pockets where price in the past has traversed quickly up through and has the potential to traverse quickly back down as well and retrace this type of area. So on Qs, we're already there, but like I was saying, we don't have the only retest we got was last Thursday. Right here, we have like 1, 2, and now we're looking like kind of a death spiral on the tech sector. But the weirdest part about it is that it's only Qs. It's literally only Qs. Like we just saw SPY, and SPY is not the same, right? So if this does continue back down or like all the way down and actually retrace, then we are probably looking at as close to 620 as you can get on QQQ. Where that puts your stock, I don't really know. But we're so close to the end of the month, and this has already come so far so fast. Mostly, as I see it, I honestly am just looking at this as a U.S. markets deleveraging. I think that you remember the headlines about.
You think it's all margin and leverage for this. You don't think there's anything fundamental or AI?
I think that specifically the AI trade was so consensus, and like I posted something the other day. I was like, when I got my haircut, my barber, it was funny. My barber starts telling me about the new barber, like this other client, because she's like, what do you do? And I was like, well, stocks. And like my other client said, sell all their NVIDIA and buy SanDisk. And she's like, yeah, she's like, because NVIDIA hasn't gone anywhere for years, and SanDisk is going to the moon and it's going to crush earnings. And I'm like, hold on. This is the new barber. I'm like, this has got to be top, right? Like this is one of those things where
and she was right. NVIDIA hasn't done anything, you know.
I mean, but we're about to find out how good this barber is, right? but I think it's literally that. It's that moment, and she goes on to the story is like, well, I have another customer who made like $50 million on SanDisk, bought it at $50, doesn't work anymore. She's like, he's older. The one who wants to buy it now wants to flip it over earnings and sell it. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the older client doing? She's like, well, he already sold. I'm like, so he sold to the young guy, like, and the older guy who already made his money probably gonna go buy NVIDIA. Like, quite frankly, and the kid's gonna sell his NVIDIA right before it finally makes a move. And
but it speaks to the broader point that when these many people, including the barbers, bringing up the stocks that we all talk about every day, it means the trade is absolutely consensus across the entirety of AI.
Correct. And I think that's the concern, right? And over the last few weeks, I think it's been very frustrating to own the AI trade. And in the meantime, people are probably looking across and like, oh, Coke is at a 52-week high, Coca-Cola, right? And maybe I'm being a little too aggressive, or I'm overly leveraged at the top, which I think is if you are 100% invested, I also would say that's highly irresponsible. And realizing that this was such a consensus trade, probably people were fully invested at the highs and we're likely just seeing a little bit of profit taking. Now, how long does that profit taking go? And I say that in terms of likely deleveraging. That reminds me of the old forgot what the report is, but the one that shows like actual fund investments. They've been 100% invested for the better part of 6-9 months, right? And so I think we're just seeing a little bit of an unwind on that. Where this stops, I don't think that you can make a decision here now. And I think you're a little bit too late to sell, quite frankly, if you're in the AI trade. Because we have FOMC tomorrow.
That's actually a really good question. If you're in the AI trade, no matter what ticker it is, and you haven't sold, do you sell now that most names are down 40-50%?
I don't think so. But I also would say I don't think you. My time's up, but conceptually, I don't think you add either. So I'll say that I think that you take the rest of the month off, go and take a chill pill, touch some grass, whatever you need to do. If you sell something, go buy yourself something nice and celebrate an amazing trade. But come back next month and reassess the situation, because there's just, quite frankly, far too much fundamental stuff coming in the next 48 hours to call like a trend in the market. So I'm going to caveat today with like, dude, there's so much happening in the next 48 hours that by next Tuesday, we might actually be in the exact same spot that we are today, even though the charts look heavy. My gut is that we'll be kind of bouncing off the bottom in terms of Qs. I think I don't see the software rally like having legs yet. I definitely don't. I think that there's just money kind of running around, and I am seeing a little bit of flight to safety in terms of not just safety stocks, but actually the dollar itself, which is the one small concerning, but it's not even that bad. So if we do get a bounce on QQQ, my point is this, that, you know, looking at those old charts back here in this kind of area, it was very much the same thing, right? We were kind of like breaking down. And if you were to sell, and I think the question is like, if you sold, I don't know, right here, I honestly, I think that we're at the equivalent of like this day. So like,
you think we're closing in on that March 30 bottom sentiment wise, technical wise?
Yeah.
What's
I think so. Like, look at today. It's very simple. Like today, yesterday was what we call almost like an outside day. It was an outside day on certain things. Today, here's yesterday's close. We're basically on it, right? So this is, I think Q is the most important one to look at. I'm just going to get a little bit more granular. This is a 1 hour chart. I have, from a day-to-day basis, what I'm saying is that, look, we're slightly extended, I think, from a fear perspective, having FOMC tomorrow, having some earnings peak out. And we open actually red. We go red for most of the day. And then midday, we start to see those shorts really cover, which means go long into FOMC tomorrow. Now, I actually don't think tomorrow matters whatsoever. But what I will say is that right here, right now, between now and next Tuesday, this 675 spot, if we're below 675, then yeah, I think we have another, I'll just say 20 points between now and next Tuesday that might look a little bit like this. That's not really out of the question. But it's also very easy for us to go back up. So yes, we can go higher, we can go lower. What I'm saying is that the current trade is essentially over. So if you didn't short or you didn't take profit already, I don't think it's a great spot to do new money long. And if we do rally, so this screen is like the other option. And I'm decidedly saying use the 675 as your pivot point. And today's high also. So 675 and today's high of whatever that is, I think it's about 680. If we do actually get up there, right, we can start to move this way by the time we meet again next Tuesday. Now, I don't think this is a dip to buy. I already said this because, again, even if that happens, my caution is that that is exactly how this sets up. So it could be a for lack of a better term, a sucker's rally. We'll have to see. To put a significant amount of capital, like a substantial trade on the board right here, I just can't, right? There's only one or two trades I can say like, okay, I have a clean direction. I have a good sentiment here and like a situation report of what's going on. I feel good about this position one way or the other. There's very, very few and far between right now. I think this is
what would your gut say in terms of either going up or down from the level of the velocity of sell-off? Because I know, you know, FOMC, Microsoft Meta, but
yeah, my gut is we go up first and then we go down bigger. And it could be one of those moments where like you buy the dip and then you think you got the dip and you may have actually gotten the dip and then it starts to go up even more on you and you think, oh, I definitely nailed this, right? So let me add again. And then you close out your brokerage thinking that you nailed it, and then you check back 3 days later and it's at a new low. I think that's what we're possibly walking into. So that's why I was like very careful, right? And there's not what I'm saying is, and I'm speaking from personal experience, right? So like I've done this, right? We've all done this. This is literally like I have a little. This is actually a session gap. Not that that matters, but there is a session gap here, and now people are going to be like, oh, okay, there's a gap that just filled. Doesn't matter. But what I would say is like they might buy the dip, and let's just say I used to do this all the time. We all did this, right? You buy the dip, and it starts to go up, and you're like, okay, cool, it's good, and it pulls, and you're like, you know what, I definitely nailed it, and then and so you buy it again, and it goes up, and then it goes up, and you're like, yeah, I did it, right? And the next thing you know, you're like down here, and you're like, oh crap.
But why do you think it would take that?
Then you're like,
Is there a technical reason for that downturn after the V shape, or why do you think?
Yeah, so watch this. So what I'm saying is that it could go up and then go down. This is the same thing as a break and retest. So I'm just going to inverse the chart really quick. Hold on. It's Alt-I, right? Why is it not working? Did they change the keystrokes on this? Control-I? It's not letting me inverse the chart. Anyways, I'll just do this. Essentially, if you're going to go long, where you're looking for this kind of moment, and it kind of takes off, right? And so you're talking about an area of like a break here, and then it pulls back, and you see a retest, and you see a reaction somewhere out here. That's similar to your prior resistance, right? So this was prior resistance, and then it reacts, right? And then you get you're good. Conversely, like if this is you're coming down, you have this, you're actually looking at the exact same thing, right? And so what this ends up being is like you have your consolidation, and in this moment, like it's the same thing as this, but upside down. People aren't just used to. You're just not used to seeing it. You have your same consolidation.
But do you think we need to flush out to those levels at around 620, like you mentioned, for this to?
I think it's gonna be more fundamental, right? Like I think that the concern is clearly. I think it's gonna be more fundamental, and because of that, I don't think you can make the call just yet without doing a lot of guessing, and I don't like to guess that much. I can tell you that the short for me is mostly done. I think in this moment and the last few weeks, I would say I've been like sell premium in general. Selling calls has been the right move the last few weeks, and I think now you could probably switch to selling some more puts. Actually, in the tech sector, I don't think that the software is. If I'm right, what we'll see is that the AI trade will start to base out and just go sideways for a while, essentially stop going down, and software will probably fizzle out. Oil will actually probably catch another bid and start to rebound from here, and we'll start to come back to normal, but just far enough to think that it's all in the clear. And then that's when I would say you want to be really cautious. And for those reasons, I don't want to go out on a limb. It's not a big enough technical discount from here. Like even on the Qs, the technical discount is ideally, it's pretty technically it's closer to that 620. On SPY, a technical discount is significantly lower as well. It's like another 10%. I
mean, 10% down on SPY.
That's my point.
I mean, these semi names are going down another 30-40%.
50, yeah. Like 50. That's my point, right? We're like, yeah, I think we can bounce, but you're down 20% in 2 days on SK Hynix or SanDisk or whatever it is, right? Just think about this. If you have a 5% day tomorrow, and then a 10% day the day after that, and then another 5% day on Friday, it's still not back to where it was 3 days ago. and then you're going to think you nailed it, and you're going to be more at risk at that point than not. We'll have to see. Either you have the conviction and this comes down to your time horizon. I think the lens of what we're talking about through matters the most. So if I'm talking about right now, a span of a month or two. I'm not talking about multiple years out. So just to make that crystal clear, if your time horizon is 3 to 5 years or longer, I don't think you care, right? Even as a trader who's like a more high frequency trader, I'm not trying to snipe a low or call a top. Sometimes it happens, but it's by circumstance. It's just systematic. What I'm saying here is like, I think, again, sit on your hands. If you get a bounce, and on some tech things like Rocket Lab, you guys were talking about that earlier, I actually don't mind selling some like $60 puts. CoreWeave right now is like $65. I don't mind, or $68. I was looking at it earlier. It's like, I don't mind selling some $65 puts on CoreWeave. I'm talking about selling some fairly aggressive short-term premium that doesn't require the stock to go up, but just not go immediately down like horribly on me like right away. I think we're a little extended to the downside on the AI trade. We can get a bounce, but it's too early to call it all clear. And I think we do need to get through earnings.
Right.
Expecting on? I'm because the pull forward is brutal, right? Like a lot of these things, there's so much pull forward that we don't really know. And I think until we get through Meta, Microsoft, and maybe Apple, maybe not so much. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I'm not actually predicting that we're going to go down. I'm just saying we can bounce, but it's too early to call the bottom. And if we bounce, I'm not saying we're decidedly going to go down. We have to reevaluate when we get there. But I am saying like, okay, I don't want to get stuck in that situation where I think I actually called the bottom, and in fact, you just call a dead cat bounce. It would be too risky to say that. We need to see more.
Okay, two things, and then let's get into Micron. So first of all, Teradyne, they're up after hours. Revenue 1.3 billion versus 1.22. Adjusted EPS 247 versus 209. Street seems to really be liking this quarter. That's up 13% after hours. Product test revenue 107 million, robotics 100 million, semiconductor 1.12 billion. They are continuing to say memory is a really important part of this broader AI trade. So that might be helping out your Seagates and Western Digitals after the hour. On top of that, you got Reuters here saying the agreement currently under discussion between Iran and the United States is a coordination agreement and does not include imposing any transit fees or any financial fees. Reuters says Iran war deal to have no fees, no tolls for passage through Strait of Hormuz. A U.S. official tells Reuters. If that's accurate and Trump comes out tomorrow and says we've reached some type of an agreement that gets rid of all the tolls and fees that the U.S. wanted to put on 20% and the B that Iran was putting on before the U.S.'s fees, maybe that's the compromise. We get rid of the fees because that's what Trump was mad about in the first place 2 weeks ago. And, maybe that helps more fundamentally to get the market to be a bit more excited. Jason, I'm assuming you've seen oil tank 15% in 2 days and have zero impact on stocks, which has also been pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think that, well, as long as you're not an oil stock, right? It definitely affected like your VG in Next Decade or whatever. I think Next Decade actually did a little raise. But that's like my point. Like, okay, I don't think AI is dead at all, right? And I don't think it's a question of that at all. I think it's just people are scared. They're a little taking a little bit of profit. Maybe they were over leveraged at the highs. I think it comes back. I don't think it's done. But does it go down first or just rip your face off higher? Or does it I think how it comes back and in what time frame, that is what's like TBD.
So if you were in the camp, not saying you are, but let's say you were in the camp of it's going to rip your face off higher. Do you think we've bottomed enough, or do you think stocks have lost enough, your Nebuses, Microns of the world, for that to happen? Because I feel like on March 30th, a lot of us felt, okay, enough is enough. Like Rocket Lab was like 57. Like it was like, this is getting, Robinhood was almost 65. And so a bunch of people, I think, started buying at the end of March because they were just like, you know what? This is getting stupid. Do you feel like we're at that level yet? Or do you think we need another little jolt?
I feel like some stocks are at that level, but I feel like there's too many that are not at that level too. So I don't think it in more recent like lows. I feel like a lot of times things have recently bottomed all at once. I actually don't think that we're gonna have everything bottom at the same time. I think it's gonna be just a different regime of this stock bottoms, that stock bottoms. Even it was like Air Test Systems, right? The other day,
Yeah.
had this massive beat, right? So here's your earnings candle. Sorry, there's a lot of lines and stuff on my chart, but you have a massive move. It's $72. I just know that it wasn't holding, so I just happened to look at this. But dude, it's very weird to see, like, okay, in the moment, a stock has a 51%. Look at this, dude. A 51% earnings move in this environment. Like, look at that. 72 to 110. Absolute blow off top. Immediately pulls back, I'm going to guess 50% or more from here. 31% of that move, nearly the whole thing in 1, 2, 3 days time. And now is below where it closed on the day that it reported. Like, this is weird. Does it make sense? Like, I don't.
And it's not healthy to you, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's just. So this is my point of, like, I'm actually saying that would probably be a better scenario. But as a trader, I don't want to. This is irritating for a trader, right? Like, if you're someone that is trading this, you think, you just bought it at $70 and then it was $110 like the next day. And then, a week or two later, you're like, how is this position red on me? Like, that's frustrating. And so I think there's like a weird sense of euphoria in the market that's still around, and they're kind of promiscuous, bouncing around from stock to stock. I hate to say that. It's a bad term. But kind of bouncing around from stock to stock, group to group, which, as another side note, that's normal as it relates to earnings. Like, that actually happens during every earnings season. And so my point is, just wait till we get through FOMC and we get through earnings season, and then reassess. I'm only talking about like 5 days. So I just don't think there's a reason to pull a trigger one way or the other right here, right now. Sockos, what is that, Johnny?
Okay, let's we don't have to do 5 minutes. Let's do 2 minutes on the clock, and we'll get through some of the big names. And
I have it teed up as 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Yeah, you want to do the cow? Is that what you're? Okay. I like how you already knew what I meant by that, though. By the way,
that's the only reason I knew. It's because of you.
So Micron. So when did these guys report? They don't report for a while.
It's like another month.
Yeah. So this is very much the same as what we were just looking at. I'm going to turn my lines on. I already had this here as prior support, but now we're coming into resistance, which is closer to 890, 900. So 850, 800 was what I have as the lows. I'm going to have to do like a full-blown retracement on this guy, which I don't have on this chart, at least. I'm just going to go from all-time low to all-time high.
So that chart is crazy.
I know. So if this does a legitimate retracement, this looks like it's closer to sevens.
It touched sevens today, 790.
Sorry, 632. That's a 50% retracement from all-time low to all-time high. I'm assuming that's close to all-time low. It might not be exact. But this is going to align with our 200-day simple right now. This is down to almost 500, which, by the way, is where we were talking about Micron like not that long ago. This is the last consolidation in the sub 500 area. So there's one other way if I could try to do this too. Yeah, I can do it this way also. It's gonna be too far beyond any extension, actually. Yeah, it's way beyond. This is just so high. I'm coming into a situation again, dude, where you're catching me looking at a chart and I'm like, dude, this is extended. And it kind of needs to reset. So I actually have 791 as a triple clean from this consolidation area here, meaning 1, 2, 3. And just that's about where it would need to hold, but resistance brings you to 750. That's what I have, or 950, sorry. 950 upside resistance right here right now is actually support, but it's near-term support and it's not quite out of its downtrend. My point, and we're out of time here on this whole thing, is that, look, yes, this is down a lot from the highs. This is down 35% from the highs. But when you zoom out and you look at this, you're like, it's not that big of a discount. Like, it's not that big of a discount. And if this goes any lower, again, how strong is this support? It's not strong. It's only been tested one time. And it comes from 2 times being activated as resistance. What's more strong is this area of resistance up here. So I just don't want to, you don't want to see that.
Do you think it would take a stairway down or an elevator down? If
I think this is already stairway down. So again, this actually, I don't mind selling very near dated puts here because this is support, right? And from a trading perspective, literally what I'm saying is like, okay, we'll maybe sell some 750 puts at the close today, or maybe tomorrow's open quickly for very short-term profit, right? And you could probably make that in less than 2 weeks hold, less than that, 1 week hold, and then be done with the trade and then reassess. I think that's your best trade right now. But sorry, what was your question?
I mean, my question is, I mean, if it were to go to that 650 range, is that all at once, or you think every day it's another 1 or 2% to get there?
So Q's is telling me that we have been, so we're already stepping down. What's weird, like we're used to taking the elevator up recently, and this is decidedly a stair step down here. If it breaks this level, and that's my concern, is you're going to know probably pretty quickly. If it breaks that level, we'll see another stair step like this. But if it gets much lower, you could see an escalator down or an elevator down, and that would be the ultimate flush. But we haven't really seen that yet.
Right. Okay. Nebius.
That said, I think this bounces, and I think it bounces to like 950. But I would be more cautious there. Nebius is gonna. Did you say Nebius?
Yep.
Nebius. I'm on support. So I'm on support on a lot of these charts, like decidedly on support. This is no different. I'm also on support. This guy. So this is from, why is this locked? I think 175 is now the near term resistance that it broke out of, or broke down from most recently. 177. But 215, we just saw the same thing. So on Nebius, I'm literally talking about this moment where if you bought it just the other day at 163, look, what I'm saying has already happened on a lot of these. This went up, is that 40%? Okay, so did you realize that in a 5-day period, Nebius went from 160 to $231, and that's a 40% increase in 5 days? Like
I did see that.
Did?
Yep.
I mean, I see it on the chart, but I own it, and I didn't actually realize that. But that's the kind of moves that we're having, and then it in 5 days or less immediately reverses course. So like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, dude, this is more sell premium kind of moment. And 141 is that prior retest over here, which held here. So this is, if 175 holds resistance, this is on its way to retest 141. The problem here this reports tomorrow. I don't know if it's after hours or beforehand. I was with Steve yesterday, I think it was, or on Steve's stream or my stream. It was very similar with someone brought up Amcor, and I was like $45 to support below 60, but it was already at $60, which was near-term support. And I was like, it can go back to 75 resistance, or it could go back down to 45. It really, one of these two is going to happen, but because they're earnings, that's decidedly a guessing game. On this one, 141 is there. I would say not necessarily to take action either. Like, that's a nice level. 105 is actually a better level to me. And I just said the stock has 30% more that it could fall, and I would still like to buy it. This is the situation that we're in. Like, that's where it is. So again, your time horizon, how long you expect to own these stocks, is going to matter the most. And if you buy it here now, I'm just saying, maybe not go all in on anything. But yeah, technically 141. CoreWeave, it's on support. I did a little bit deeper analysis, I guess, on this one. I'll do it for you on this channel. But this one has multifaceted kind of angles at it. So coming in yesterday, $70 roughly is support. We have a volume profile here. I've just on the bottom here, and you really probably cannot see it. Yeah, you really can't. Let me see if I can. That's histogram. Let me go here. Oh, there you go. So this is an oscillator. Which one is this? That's an oscillator. Signal line. Well, now you can see. There you go. She's showing up. So this is an oscillator that I use. It's called a MACD histogram. I do not use RSI. I think this one does multifaceted duty, but you can also use this to find your divergence, which is what I'm going to point out right now. And if you're ever going to actually use RSI, an oscillator, whatever, I think the best use case for these things is something called divergence, and I'll point that out right now. So really quick, the oscillator itself is kind of like you can chart the oscillator itself. So we have here's a low on my stock, and I actually want to align this to the chart itself. So the low on the oscillator down here is like -20 something, and the last time we've actually made a nice bounce, this actually aligns with a higher low on your oscillator right here. Where we are, stock over here, same thing. So this stock over here, a little bit of a double bottom that aligns to this low on the oscillator. And I'm just pointing this out because this is the personality of CoreWeave. Then you have actually a lower low. So this low is lower than that low, but on the oscillator down here, I'm actually getting a higher low. So this low is higher than the prior low before. So in both instances, I get a low that's higher than the prior one. And on the chart, it's either equal lows, which is here, or lower lows, which happened here. Right now, I don't have this scenario. So that's kind of my problem. And I have earnings coming in. Right now, I actually have the oscillator continuing lower. So I actually think that this one sets up to not bottom. It sets up exactly for this kind of scenario. And if you think about what I've been saying since we started, I'm literally talking about we might have a little pop that might end up getting faded. And then you reassess, because if that gets faded, and then we see something like I just pointed out on this oscillator for CoreWeave in terms of divergence, that second low actually is the better buy here. So I'm just saying, be a little bit patient. You don't need to snipe this here. The better entry is after the fact. And so I don't need to snipe this here. I think that after earnings, if we get a similar test, that's going to be better. So yes, I think this is low in this moment right here, right now. I think you'd sell some very short-term puts for some very quick premium, but I don't expect it to be the low. but I want to watch this, right? So I want to see if I do get divergence one more time, meaning the prices across the board and specifically CoreWeave end up making equal lows to where we are today, after this next series of events, after the next 48 hours pass. Yet I see divergence on the charts and potentially some indicators. I'm going to like that a lot better. So I think this is a long-winded way of saying wait still, but maybe soon we could actually do something. I don't need to jump in front of it today.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, all the neoclouds look like falling knives right now. I feel like is effectively what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think they could set up like a breach, like a liquidity grab is what we call it sometimes in trading. But we've already done it so many times. Like my one caution is like, let's just let them think. Let's really let them think that they get it. Because like, what if it goes down to 60 and then pulls back up? That's fine. But if it doesn't, I just don't need to step in front of something that does this, right? And so when I say this IPO on CoreWeave, we're way over time on CoreWeave. $65 is that like initial IPO kind of push, and then 37 is where it actually did IPO, and then the high of that first day's trading range is 41. So I don't want it to come into this realm, which is what it's kind of flirting with right now. Because if it does, then yeah, it's like 45, and again, that's like another 30% down. If I have the opportunity to get it there, I kind of like that better.
Well, we're basically at the March lows as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's not that I don't like this stock. Like I like this company, but the stock is a little challenged. And I'm like, you know what? It should. If you have the time horizon, like if you have the right time of like, if you hold stocks long enough, because remember, I'm not talking about years out here in this scenario. I'm not at all. But if you have a way to say, okay, I'm going to buy it here now and be totally okay with holding this to $35 or $37, as long as I don't take profit, as long as you don't take profit on this stock until it's $140 or higher, that is actually a perfectly fine and totally acceptable trade parameter. Now, that is obviously going to take a lot longer to play out, but buying CoreWeave here at 67, expecting it to fall potentially to 37, still being okay with your position is what you have to do, as long as you don't plan on taking profit on this trade and until it's closer to 140. And from that perspective, you're risking what, $30 downside to make $90 upside. And I have a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio. That's exactly the sweet spot when it comes to trading.
Rocket Lab.
Lab of Rockets. Funny story. So I actually like Rocket Lab today, but I think that again, I'm going to say the same thing. I really hope I don't sound like too much of a broken record. You see this moment over here when we went sideways for a very long time? I'm seriously saying that I would anticipate something like this happening. So to take a new short on this or take a new long, depending on how you do it, I think selling premium is the best, but I actually think that we have another 30 to 60 days sideways price action from here. So you can accumulate, but again, my sentiment here, the best way to do that from a trade perspective is actually to sell cash secured puts or put credit spreads rather. I would rather put credit spreads than cash secured puts here, but I think that this scenario that Rocket Lab did over here in the past literally replicates itself one more time. It's called a fractal. Don't mind me with this. And we do something like this, which means that, yes, we could bounce again, right? It could bounce, but I don't want to get over my skis. I think that this can do this a couple times. We might even get like a nice little liquidity grab that retests this $55-ish level, which sets us up for a better move in the future. I like this. But my point is, don't get over your skis to think it's going to be a V-shaped recovery tomorrow. Like we have to get through the meat of the fundamentals, and fundamentals are greater than technicals. So as long as the story doesn't change, I think that is that is the message where, yeah, I think we're going to bottom. What I just showed you on this chart is the process of bottoming. It's not an event, not usually. I think, you know, going sideways for a while on Rocket Lab, on a lot of these stocks is probably going to be the best case scenario.
So
Tomorrow's going to be a huge red day. It's possible, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's possible. I flip into day trade mode right now. Tomorrow, you call me, you ask me about direction. I'm like, dude, I don't care. Like, I'm in day trade mode. And this is the market where I think it's the best market to be a trader in, because you can make a lot of money near term if you have a system, you know, trade short intraday, take those profits and go buy your favorite stock and compound. That to me is the purpose of trading. And aside from being an income, but like, that's why trading to me works, is because I can in this market make money on the downside and reinvest that to my investment accounts.
I did short Micron yesterday, and
there you go.
I made $545, but I closed it within like a $1.50 move. If I had waited, dude,
That's
like I didn't expect. But so it's one of those things where it's like, you are right that intraday the trend is your friend. And the trend to the downside has been so violent on all these names that you could have literally stepped in near the bottom, shorted, and still made money because it had lower to go.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think that trying to take this to all-time highs is a very hard call right here. It's not the easy trade. That's the hardest trade that you can try to make. But in intraday, there's a lot of easy money that can be made. I mean, probably in the chat there are multiple people that are like made $100,000 days in the last 7 days of trading. Honestly, because
the problem is a lot of people still have their long portfolio getting crushed, and
it sucks, dude. It sucks. Like I'm over here, and that's I'm over here with my investment account is like bleeding out. I'm like it's like, help me.
My trading account's up $500 today.
Yeah. I'm just like that. I'm like, dude, I don't know what to tell you right now. It's like, dude, stack the cash, stack it. But I started this I would say it's incredibly irresponsible to be 100% invested. I'm not gonna. I think that's a forever statement, right? Like, I'm never 100% invested. But again, I'm not the same as everybody else. People sometimes, like, I trade for a living, so no, I don't have a W-2. Well, actually, I think I do have a W-2, but I don't have I don't fund my investing account with money that I worked for. Does this make sense at all? Like, maybe I'm a different situation, but I don't have that, so I don't think that way. I don't have the benefit of long-term gains versus short-term gains. So I don't even think in those terms. Like, that doesn't, I live in California. We don't even have such a thing as long-term capital gains. What is that? Right. So like I think differently.
That's fair. That's fair.
D-Tab, how are you making money step by step? Join the school. We made a whole school for that. I would love to be able to go in here and be like, Monday came, and because we opened over here, and then when this happened, I knew we were going to go here. And then when you go here, if it doesn't do this, then this is going to happen. And by the end of Monday, you would have seen like, oh, you could have made 500% on an intraday short and 5x your money. But that's a very long walkthrough that we probably just don't have time for.
Yeah. And also, again, we talk about trading and stuff like this, but does someone have the patience to buy puts expiring in 3 days to get that 5x intraday? Like not a lot of people have that, right? So it's one of those things where
it's not the patience, it's the focus, right?
It's focus, patience, all that stuff. Like the market is definitely trader friendly right now, but it's also like people are people willing to get into a trade that could go to zero theoretically if we get a V shape because Trump tweets something. Like, that's always the risk.
Yeah, I think this is the market where it is what I would say a swing trader's nightmare, day trader's pipe dream, or whatever. Like, and is pipe dream the right word? Probably not. But also, it's anyways, it's not one that you can think a trend is going to show up right away. Even the short on semis, like, it's been good. I'll tell you this much, as an option trader, I look across the board and the options are very expensive because of earnings season. So unless you're doing short-term options, the payout is not like you would expect it to be. We're in something called across the board. It's called backwardation, where long-term options are volatility is skewed. And until we get back to, it's called contango, which is where, anyways, where volatility gets back to normal. It's going to be a little off like that. So that's why tactically also selling puts near term now versus, and then selling calls like a week or two ago would have been best. Or you can just slap it on both, right? Like sell the puts and sell the calls. Probably going to make money right now.
So I know we have earnings tomorrow, but Hood,
Is it tomorrow?
It is tomorrow after the bell.
Well, my buddy said we're gonna do well, but I don't know if the stock does well. You know what I'm excited about on Hoodie? Did you post anything about the CME equity futures?
I didn't, but I did see that we have 55 stocks that have, I think it's 24-hour futures now.
Tell me, what stocks are they?
I actually don't know. I just know it was 55. The big.
So the
big
CME approved single stock futures yesterday. I believe it was yesterday that we're going to go active. I'm very interested to see what the margin requirements are going to be on this, because I feel like that could be a game changer in general. But we're not. That's way far down the line. It's something that always excited me about potential for Hood, but I didn't think it was going to happen this quickly. Did you? Like we talked about that because they do it in crypto, perpetual futures on equity, but now they're legit futures on single stocks. I'm like, okay, sign me up, because options are complicated for a lot of people. These are futures are not.
I mean, it's bullish Hood. It's just you kind of need a bull market for people to want to trade that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's super bullish Hood. I think that Hood can bounce into 120s again, and I think it gets faded. Quite frankly, I'll just put it to you that way. I think that they'll have a great quarter. I think event contracts can look exciting, but the market, I think, is going to immediately discredit any event contract revenue, because there's no more World Cup, there's no more March Madness, there's no more Super Bowl, and we have you have to wait till Q4 for that to come. So any revenue on that front, I don't think they're going to get credited as much as they should. So, on Hood, if we're over 125, and I'll start the timer now, then she gone. But she didn't get there. She went right into the bear's den and got shellacked right at 122, this is our chart. This is a chart I've been using for a while. Between now and then, I think actually today was a good spot. 91 was, if I measure from this extreme low to this extreme high on this is the dead cat bounce. And guys, I'm literally saying, hey, look, this happened and she come down. But overall, as long as this kind of goes sideways, that's around 85 downside. I think 80, I would sell an 80. Can I get a good premium selling an $80 put? I like this trade right now. I can get some premium selling an $80 put. I might sell. I don't hate this. Why are they?
I don't hate it either. I just, I could see it hitting 80 pretty easily tomorrow. Just like you said, if we gap up and then the market just discounts it immediately. I also am a little worried how big of a beat are they going to have? Like the street wants about 1.3 billion in revenue. Vlad brings in 1.5. That's decent. But what if it's 1.35?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, right? Like their comps are hard. I like this down to 80s, mid 80s. I just don't want it to lose the $63 range. It's very possible that it does, like what you're saying is that it comes down and maybe wicks into 75, but 75 is that prior support area from right here. I think that should hold, maybe 76. And this, look, if the stock does this is good. That's constructive. That is in fact consolidation. The fact of the matter is it didn't break through resistance. Resistance was really high, far away from when it was at $70. And It's had a nice little dead cat bounce, but it's not out of the weeds. I guess that's 90%. God, I didn't even realize this is 90% from the $65 lows to $120. Like, dude, this is support. It's the first barrier of support. It's not the last. This goes down to 80s, 82, and then, like I said before, 76s. So 2 levels of support below 91. 91 is the first level. You just don't want to see it deeper than 70s. And honestly, this is one where technically the stock's doing what it needs to do to take another shot at that bearish resistance. And if eventually it can actually break through, it's a $200 plus stock. So I like it. I like it a lot. I just think that your time horizon needs to be adjusted here. It's not a tomorrow thing.
Palantir.
PLTR, Palantir. So you still got a little bit of that broadening formation. Dude, you know what I didn't notice the other day? When last time we did this, I adjusted this on one of my streams, and oh my goodness, I think I had to take it to the way back machine. I thought I did. Maybe I'm not doing it right. I had 106 as like the actual. Tell me that's not logarithmic. I hate it when my charts get into this. No, okay, so it's not log scale. This is not log scale, right? No. Auto. Yeah, so 113, I thought 106 was like a 50% retracement. 113 remains like that.
It basically is, because the high was 207, so roundabout.
Yeah, I was it's very close to, like, this is I have 113 on another quick measurement I did. Maybe it was when I did it as a daily chart. Yeah, I think if I did it as a daily chart, there it is. That's the difference. So if I don't include that pre-market or after hours crazy wick to 220, and I just use the daily high when the New York session was open, that look at this. That's 50% at 106, like to the penny. That said, we still have this like series of higher highs and series of lower lows. So this is in fact still in price discovery mode. The problem here is that it didn't get through that center line. So I'm just using a different tool called a fixed range profile. And I'm just going to grab it from early February to today. This is going to give me just that small snapshot in times volume, which is here on the left. And this 135 is what we call a point of control. And so as you can see clearly, it got up into that point of control area, still holding resistance. This broadening formation, which is we call like a megaphone, or this thing, higher highs and higher lows, is still valid. If it sweeps down again, that's fine. You could take it like this, or if it can get back over like this. So these are your trade locations. In the meantime, this is resistance here. Again, this guy, I think, can actually do something like this. Even if, since you're very close right now, if tomorrow you're higher than today, this actually will have a very big move. It's possible post earnings that you get something like this. But at around 168, I would be very cautious. I would not be optimistic. And I would be on edge waiting for the bears to come back in. Because if you reverse this and say, even if that is the highs, look, the resistance on this resistance is much higher. So you have a ways to go. This can pop a lot. It's almost like Hood at 75 going to 120. Palantir is in that exact same situation. But if it does, you still need to be careful, because that doesn't mean that it will hold, because you can still get this. And if 106 breaks, then it's $75. And then Palantir and Robinhood are the same price yet again, but I don't see that happening yet. It's far too early to call anything like that. What's in front of my screen right now, and the truth of the chart, unfortunate truth, is that this is just a clean downwards channel. It's kind of just chopping down. Until this gets actually out of that channel, then we can have a bigger conversation of a legit reversal, but we're a little bit too far from that happening right now. This is towards the bottom of this. This is the channel. So if that does happen, look, what I'm saying is like, yeah, you could even get this, but at some point you got to wait because it's still in its process of finding the bottom, and we are decidedly in what's called price discovery. It's a complicated, very complicated chart. Tessie, she held 300 today. Thank God. Because good night, dude. That's
Dude,
that
if we saw a two handle,
I don't want to talk about it right now.
Tessie, you know, the community is not content. There's a lot of internal fighting as people are really getting upset. And the stock price, most people are upset about the stock price, but people are starting to feel like some Tesla OGs that Elon's just been lying for the past few years about all the goals. And I think that's creating more bad sentiment on this one.
What? Like what?
Like he promised Roadster, he promised massive FSD expansion, promised Optimus. Like, not only have the promises not been kept, the earnings growth is declining. And so I just think there's a lot more people thinking like, you know, it's one thing to pay a high multiple for a stock with a lot of potential. It's another thing to just not see any of the potential come to fruition. You've also got, I was actually on the phone with a significant Tesla investor over the weekend. He's really afraid that Elon is trying to tank the stock so that SpaceX can buy it in it. Because technically it really does help Elon if the stock is cheaper. He has a way higher voting share in SpaceX. Tesla's not going to be buying SpaceX. SpaceX is going to be buying Tesla. Now, I don't know if he actually wants the stock to go down, but it makes you wonder, like, does he kind of not care about the stock performance?
Dude, that's absolutely maniacal.
I mean,
I don't know, man. That's intense. But I got to give you props, at least.
Why? What did I say?
What do you mean? You were really close to calling the highs, right? You called it December. You called this the high. Remember?
I don't think
like,
that.
December 16th, and then you're like, well, you know, because over here, December 18th. So you're like, yeah, December 18th. This is the high. You don't remember that?
I remember that. I don't feel like I was explicitly calling a top. I was just like, well, you know, it topped out around 500, so it would be really hard for it to break out again. But yeah, I mean, sentiment died in January, and then the stock's been downhill.
Yeah, so I think, you know, this goes a couple ways. 415 is always like the pivot right here. That comes from this level. So I'm going to start the clock now since we took a little tangent. There's another level down here, which is about that 300 spot area. So this is 2021 high, and you have a lot of pivots around here. And then the downside is right in this green bar if it fails that. So it doesn't look like a lot on the chart. Quite frankly, this number is 265 and around the 200. That's going to be around the 200 week SMA. Sorry, by the way, if my audio is a little weird. I've been having issues lately. But let me do it this way. Let me just take.
Is it going to 250? That's the question.
If it loses 290, yeah. Like, yeah, but you know, are we there yet? No. So it's like we're on support. So here it is. This is about 290. That's between 300 and 290 is actually the support area. And so I gotta find a new phrase. And so keep saying this. So there's resistance, a breakdown here, and then support more recently right here. This is what we're testing right now. We have to find out, right? We've tested it once in the past, like where it breaches through, and then you come back and you hold and you have a big old bounce, but only to fail later and then retest it one more time. So this area is in fact another like critical pivots. I'll take this. I'll just throw like a quick horizontal line. What do you want to call this? We'll call this a price of interest. That is exactly, look at that. Very close to exacting. Oh my. $313 is a little range. I have a couple more spots here. Small gap. And this is my point about 300 to 290. So in here, this little box, I'm going to call this support. Since support is not actually a hard line in the sand, it's not, in fact, that way. In this area, it can bounce. It can bounce up to 320, 318. Your resistance is at 336. I think if you can get some decent premium to sell some short-term puts around this area, I think you're okay. But if that level in fact is broken, I would expect that 265. Below 265, we just don't want to talk about it. Because it's like, all right, yeah, maybe there is something. It's not that the chart will be broken below 265. It's that you're now talking about, essentially, this is the halfway point, right? If this whole thing is consolidation, basically, you have this breakout, this the top. You have one attempt here, 2, 3. This pullback, eventually, if we get there, but if we can't get through 260, that's the halfway point, and you're literally looking at new lows. So just that's where we are. I don't know what would have to happen for that to actually be there, but 260, 265, if 290 actually breaks in strength, will probably happen very quickly after that. And then the low, that would probably be a flush out low. If it's below that, then there's something wrong with the stock itself, and we're probably having a different discussion. We'll need to have a different discussion because the technicals aren't going to be broken. They're just going to say it's just an epic short. But I can't say that just yet.
Okay, can we do Corning? This one obviously took a bit of a hit today. Curious
Yeah, it right into support. Actually not quite support. So I have, this is my chart. So the level that we just tested in the 130s right here was a prior breakout area, which it was coming into that area ahead of earnings. So the downside, actually, I know intraday, intraday it actually bounced, I think, pretty significantly. I feel like it was like, how much did this bounce intraday? Off the lows, $10, it looks like. But I mean, yeah, $12. It's like a blip in the radar, this $12 bounce. It was a good earnings. Again, that doesn't really matter. This can actually get to 130 here. 135 is actually your resistance, and downside support is a little bit lower. I'll just say if this can actually bottom out and get back over 137, I'm actually at 135. If this can hold over 135, I'm going to be pleasantly surprised, because I do own some Corning still. I do own Corning. Yeah, that would be like a full reversal. Right now, I'm just more concerned about this area, low ends of support, getting its head hit. So like anybody that bought over here is going to have a quick decision when it comes back and retest that. Do they end up selling into it, which forces the rest of that downside? I don't know.
Do you think the earnings actually warranted a drawdown like this, or it's semis sentiment?
I don't think it has a, I think what we're talking about is just the multiple. So I think just like we were getting a multiple expansion before, we're getting a multiple compression right now. And that's like the trade. Coming into this, the whole thing, it's not that these companies are bad companies. Like look at ASML. That's dumb, right? The stupid stock was down 10% plus intraday on Monday, intraday, and then down again today. But you look at it and you're like, okay, it could probably come down again. Like so Corning is a multiple compression story right now. And the entire AI space is also, because we're coming out of a moment where it was so consensus that like, and we all violently agree, there's nothing that can really stop this AI build out. Still, I believe there's nothing that can actually stop this AI build out, and specifically Corning. Look, NVIDIA gives them $500 million to build out their factories so that they can supply NVIDIA. Like this is not an unimportant stock. This stock is like a dependency to NVIDIA. This is incredibly important stock. Yes, they had good earnings, but the expansion of multiple here, I think just got a little bit ahead of itself. So there was no real risk priced in is a better way to say that. At this point, yeah, no risk of this not just continuing till eternity. And now all we're seeing, yes, the company's still executing. We're just seeing a little bit of risk being priced into the stocks, Corning also, which means multiple compression, just like we were having a multiple expansion before. And I think that's what we're seeing, which also is deleveraging.
SpaceX.
I'm scared, dude.
I'm scared too. I'm really scared for that thing to go to like 80
Can we
bucks.
skip this?
No, we can't skip it.
Oh God. Oh, are they covering short? Oh, dude. Nice. We got a bounce with SpaceX green today. Stop it.
It did go green.
2.5%.
You saw the Trump executive order, right?
No.
He's going to make sure space companies don't have to deal with environmental regulations.
Was really close to $100, dude. 107.
107 today.
I mean, what are we thinking here, boys and girls?
Well, my big question is if SpaceX goes to like 95, does Rocket Lab go to 40? Like, is Rocket Lab really going to follow it down, or is this a SpaceX issue?
Well, if the AI trade is having a multiple compression moment, you know, space has been in a bit of a multiple compression moment. The first time that stocks generally get out of the channel, I'm not one to chase that. Quite frankly, I usually teach that it's best to fade it immediately. And what you look for is you look for something like this, for it to come back, retest that broken downtrend. And right now, I'll tell you that level is actually about 111, 112. So if this can pull back, call it half of today's range, boom, there it is. Literally half of today's range and hold, I think you at least get a nice bounce, counter trend, obviously, like this. And then get through 118 to 130s. How much is that? I don't hate this trade. 20% to retest this 20-day SMA. Possibly back to retest the, no way it gets to 50%. This is setting up where it could actually be closer to 140 before earnings if this actually continues. But I don't think you need to chase it today. I think you can watch it tomorrow. And if you see the progression of one, it holds half of today's range, which is going to be right around 112. And then two, after that, extend beyond 218. So you need one thing to happen here. And then we need another thing to happen here, which will signal continuation, confirmation of continuation. Your real trade begins over 118. And then you have maybe a little rocket ship on your hands, which is in the form of a short squeeze ahead of earnings. I don't hate this at all. I kind of like this. So I'm done on that. I'm not going to be, can we just give me stocks that I can go upside on? No more downside.
The problem with SpaceX is once the shares get unlocked, I feel like that hurts the scenario to 130.
It's a trade, dude. This is a trade. So I'm literally saying it's a potential trade. Be careful. What you're not maybe hearing me say is there's a reversal that could happen. You can see that. So
I love how you went red on the reversal immediately.
I'm not messing around, right? But between now and then, that's a nice little tradable bounce.
That is. You're right. Google post earnings.
Oh, Googs. Interesting. It gapped over the weekend, didn't it? Man, oh man. Usually when we have earnings, what I'll do, so I have context on the chart, but just from an earnings perspective, I will take the earnings high. What do we want to make this? We'll just make this a nice red line. And then I'll take that low of that session. And so that gives you kind of a box, right? Let's call it this red box right here. If it can't extend lower, then, which it did not, quickly did not, gaps up, Usually this will retrace about 50% of that box. So what I need to do is I need to measure from here to here. Son of a biscuit. Ooh, we are literally on that 50% level as we speak. So no trade. Wow, that's crazy. It literally stopped on that 50% mark. This can go up into 340 if it extends tomorrow. So that looks like another $5. But this is for sure resistance up into 340 area. This guy. Otherwise, I think it can consolidate based on what I'm looking at. If it does consolidate and say it comes down and does something like this, I think that's also okay. The point remains that as long as it's not breaking below this 315, that 315 is a tradable low in the near term. So it could do all this and attempt it again. It doesn't have to immediately continue. That's not really a thing. And a pullback here, just like the rest of the market, if it pulls back, I don't actually see necessarily brand new lows in store either. So Tesla or Google, I like on some pullbacks, especially if I can get it closer to 325. That sounds great. Otherwise, a short-term bounce, I see it at least another $5 from here before it hits any significant resistance. But it cannot be trading below 320. This area here is actually support. The deeper it goes, I could see 310 from a long-term perspective. Again, taking all my lines off, just using this volume profile on the right. See where it's like, that's where the volume really spikes up. This whole area is where Google's traded quite a bit in the past. So this acting as support here makes sense. Like I'm saying before, you don't want it. You don't want it below that. This has to be, it doesn't have to be, but this is decidedly support off the 200-day simple. It's nice to know. The problem is that you have your SMAs up here that are still kind of curling down. This looks like more bounce, consolidate, and then take some time before. This all sets up still for the eating season buy, like the big time eating season buy. Even if things around
that means August and September is going to be ugly if we do get the agency buy.
What if they're not ugly though? What if they're just sideways?
Do we really think in this environment they're just going to go sideways? I
think something like a Googs could go sideways, but
Google is different. But I mean, everything else
CoreWeave could be 45 for a day, right? We can give them Nebius at $100 for a day. That's fine, right? Sometime between now and August. Go ahead and take it to 85. I don't care, but let me buy it.
When I trip the entire year, bro. If that were to happen.
That happens every year. Like every year we have some kind of pullback in the middle of the year, and it usually, how many times have you said that? We've given back the entire year's gains. At some point in the year, you usually end up saying that.
Yeah, but that kind of happened in March.
We did.
So I feel like people thought it might have already happened, but it is a midterm year.
Who said July is historically bullish? July is historically bearish.
No, July is bullish it's bearish for momentum stocks. It's bullish for the S&P.
It's only bullish until July 4th, and it tops out July 4th. 4th of July weekend. Remember the $1 million month is from June to July. The 4th of July weekend is usually where you get toppy.
No, I think the S&P on average does really
What's
well.
Up, Andy? I don't know.
But momentum has been, this is the worst momentum drawdown in July since freaking 2009.
It's pretty brutal, dude. It's very frustrating. I motioned for Stevie I told him, listen, what kind of competition am I getting myself into where this group of dudes starts a year-long competition in June?
Dude, we need to change the rules of the stock draft so we can get out of shit every week, bro. Because we top ticked the market with that.
You
stock
called
draft.
it too. Like we all kind of knew, yeah. But you're like, dude, if we go in AI, we're all getting so smoked. I'm like, yep.
And it's funny, all of us went into. Matt had a couple names that weren't AI, but
I mean,
wouldn't
pretty much the majority of our 80 picks are AI.
I still wouldn't change it. And here's another, and we're on our
Wait, hold on. What do you mean you wouldn't change? I would definitely change a few things. I would not want to take a 50% drawdown in a month on my stock draft. I would absolutely change something.
I wouldn't change it. So like my Corning pick I was up like 40%. The thing I would change was like, I was like, we were right, like we were good. And then it went bad. Anyways.
No, I would not want to pick SanDisk at 2,300. Because, dude, do you think it gets back to
Barbara bought it at 2,300. She hasn't sold. What are you gonna sell? You paper hands?
No. But I'm curious. Do you think SanDisk gets back to 2,300?
I have no idea. Like
it's $1,000 stock right now, right? And so for that to double, I feel like you need momentum, excitement, euphoria. I'm like, it's gonna be a while. Maybe it happens magically. If it doesn't, it's cooked.
This is the hardest part, right? Because losses, once you sustain losses, and this is trading logic, when you sustain losses, they're not like linear progression. Like a 10% loss, you only need like 11% increase to recover from. A 50% loss, I think it's like 75%, or no, 150% loss, you need to double to get back to even.
Yeah.
A 75% loss, and we're on a lot of these names, we're on the edge of going from 50 to 75% drawdown. Get this, a 50% loss, you need to double to get back to break even. We can get a double all the time, but a 75% loss, you need a quadruple. You need to quadruple to get back to break even. Like that.
No, that's also my thing. But like you have Nebius at 289. I have SanDisk at 2,300. I have Bloom at 330. A lot of these names, bro.
We should have gone 3M, dude. You see 3M.
Yeah, or Coca-Cola or something. But unless Trump ends the war, and unless oil tanks, and unless Jensen, somehow keeps the momentum, I don't see a lot of these names easily getting back to all-time highs. That's the issue with the draw. Not saying SanDisk at 1,000 isn't a good buy. It just might not be a 2,300 type of buy in a month like it did in June.
Yeah, and my issue is of like why not buy the dip here, just wait it out, is because of that math that we just did. If you are down 50% on equity, you need to double to get back to break even. A stock doubling is not that unheard of. But if you go from down 50% to down 75, which you did with Duolingo on the last draft, just as an example, from a 75% drawdown, you literally need to quadruple just to get back to break even. That's hard math. That's a dip that you don't usually recover from. So where we are is that we are teetering on the edge, and like it's like I said, it's like it doesn't make sense, because if it gets real ugly, then it'll just be ugly. But we'll see.
Okay.
Don't sell SanDisk, bro.
Well, I don't actually have SanDisk to buy or sell, but it's one of those things where I'm just being honest with myself. Like, dude, and let's say it does get back to 2,300. Okay, it breaks even. Like, there's no alpha anymore.
It might. That's the thing. And so it's phrasing. Just somebody slap me, virtual slap, whatever that comes out of my mouth. I don't know where that's coming from. The thing about growth versus value, I don't know how many rotations you've been through. I've been through a fair amount, and I will tell you that there's always a point in time in the market where value seems less, it seems more attractive for a period of time, because all of a sudden your growth stocks are just tanking. It happens at least once a year for a period of time. Growth stocks are tanking. You look around, you're like, what was I thinking? Getting this stupid AI trade, and I'm just so frustrated. I'm over it. You can go and feel good about a trade for maybe a month or so, getting out of growth and going back into safety value. But the market ultimately will come back to growth in a violent way at some point in time. I will tell you that that's my experience. Ultimately, it is always going to come back to growth. Yes, stability, stable stocks, safety stocks have a place in in a portfolio that's not about wealth creation, that's mostly about wealth preservation. And if that's your MO, then that's your MO. And
But no, but I think most people agree with you that like Coke and Verizon are only up right now because
Yeah.
Micron and SanDisk are down. And I agree with you, it will come back violently to growth. But the stocks that are down 50%, will the violent reversal be a double? Because I don't know if it's going to be that violent. You know,
well, you always look back and you say the same thing. Like even last year, like, will it be a double? Well, in fact, it was like a triple from the lows. So yeah, it will be. And that's why I said what I said about the stock drop. I probably wouldn't change it, because even if I go into a 50+% drawdown, by that time next year, we'll probably be back. Right? We'll probably be back.
I just think it might take more than a year. Like I think these names can get back, but now Micron's a little different because it's not
75%. Mike takes a quadruple. I'm $100. I go down to $25. I've lost 75%. $25 has to quadruple. 25, 50, 75, 400 to 100, quadruple to get back to my original 100.
I think people are technically counting your 25 as 25% of the quadruple, so it has to be a triple. But
No,
I see what you're saying.
$25 has to quadruple. You have to
Yeah,
go 4 times 25. And then
No, I get what you're saying.
but growth comes back. There's just times it's not in style.
100% growth comes back. I also think, though, people are saying, look, the names that pumped this cycle, a lot of these are, I mean, Amcor, Corning, Nokia. These are names that were dead for basically 2 decades that got the pump. Is the market going to go back to giving them the pump after 50% drawdowns? And that's where I think there's some uneasiness of like, well, these names were dead for 20 years. Intel, same thing, right? Dead for 20 years.
Well,
before it's buyback.
There are certain things like VAV, Amcor are like, wow, you look at Amcor and it's, so we're totally vibing right now, not even on charts. We look at Amcor and there's like Arizona, right? Arizona factory being stood up. Yeah. There's a lot of upside for this stock.
I agree.
It's literally just a multiple. So when I say multiple compression, coming off of a multiple expansion, it has nothing to do with the business performing or not performing. ASML, I was with Steve Monday. Here's ASML off that stupid headline of China creating their own tooling, whatever. Intraday. Dude, I was looking at this and I'm like, hold on. Here's ASML. This is Monday. It gaps up from 17 and is 18 in the pre-market. From the pre-market high to that same New York session low. That's actually this. You can't see this. That says 11%. Like 11%. And I'm not even like top taking this in either direction.
Dude, the shares were halted yesterday. I couldn't believe it.
11% on a headline, right? This is the fear. I think somebody's just overly leveraged. But then you think about it, and you're like, okay, what's ASML's historical multiple? I think the low end is like 35 or something X, and it's trading at a 50. It's trading at a 60. What are we talking? Like, but the company's like firing on all cylinders. There's no question that this is a world-class company that is firing on all cylinders. Zero question. It's just about there was no risk priced into it before, and now the market sees a little bit of risk. They have to reassess the multiple that we're probably at the most expensive S&P multiple. Are we at the most expensive S&P multiple ever?
Yeah, it's around. It's like 28 times. Most expensive is 31. So we're close.
Oh, there you go. Essentially no risk priced in.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with the companies being good, bad, or indifferent. Actually, it's just, is there risk that's discounted? Is there any risk discounted? Like, no, there's no risk discount. So when there's no risk discount, cool. Even if the company's doing great, it's like, how much more premium can we get?
All right.
Give me a rate cut. Yeah.
Let's get to the minute timer. We'll take some audience requests.
Sorry, guys, if we did a tangent. We haven't talked for a long time, so that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what our phone calls sound like. Cactus right here saying explosions in U.S. base in Jordan due to a potential Iranian missile attack, which would not be.
I did say go long oil, right? I like oil. We're gonna revert to the mean. AI is gonna come back. Oil's gonna come back. SaaS is gonna fizzle out, and then they're gonna do it again. And then AI is gonna be dead again. SaaS is gonna be back, and then oil's gonna be in the dumpster again. And we're gonna be sideways. And we come back next Tuesday, we'll be exactly where we are today.
Okay, so futures open in 4 minutes. If oil actually opens above 80, that means the market's taking that headline seriously. So we got to see.
You want to wait 4 minutes before we do a chart?
No, we should. Well, let's do Microsoft and Meta. I mean, what do you think about those two going into earnings tomorrow?
I think one of them. I think one of two is going to go up. So,
okay, put in the chat. Well, I'll do a poll on this as well, but don't answer yet. Don't answer. I want to see what the chat.
Actually,
says.
one of three. It's either going to be Microsoft, Meta, or Amazon.
No, but Amazon's on Thursday, so we got to do tomorrow only.
But that's not real.
No, but like just for tomorrow, let's see what people think. I'm curious if you had to pick one, guys, Microsoft or Meta pump, which one? I think it's going to be 70-30 Meta from the chat. And I think, Jason, you think it's going to be Meta as well.
Wow.
Right? Am I right?
Wow.
Am I right?
He's right. You're right.
I almost said Microsoft, but I was like, no, I think he likes Meta.
You know, Microsoft usually is like,
wow, it's 60-40 Microsoft in the chat. I did not expect that.
I actually think it's gonna be Meta, and then it gets completely sold off the very next day. And then I think Microsoft goes nowhere, but then rips face right after. How's that?
I mean,
if I were to have my pick. But I'll tell you this much, dude. If both Microsoft and Meta take it on the chin and go down, your boy's going all in Amazon. I don't care. Like, I'm going all in Amazon because I've never seen all the mags get decimated on earnings. Like, never. Somebody's gonna do well. And Apple is like, come on, dude. They're way high. Apple doesn't move. And they have a new CEO. So like that guy's gonna come out. I'm telling you, people forgot that he actually said he's gonna be spending, like he's gonna be doing some stuff. They're all hyped on a flip phone, which I was hyped on a flip phone before when nobody else was. Now I'm not hyped on a flip phone and everybody else is. I'm like, new CEO coming.
Okay, so Microsoft technicals, then we'll do Meta. What are you thinking?
Yeah, Microsoft technicals is technically at support. It's she could move. I have 425 upside resistance right now. Let's see this. So I'm just going to take from this most recent little pivot here. What's that doing? Oh, I'm not even right on that. It's 4. No, this is wrong. Let me get my measuring tool out, and I'll start the timer since we were doing polling before. Okay, 1 minute on the clock. I was right. 425. So 407 is the first line of resistance right here. That goes up to 425 spot 33 on Le Chart. Realistically, the heavier resistance is between 421 and 425 spot 33. Currently on support is slightly lower. So it's fairly neutral. Support's around 370. So that's where we are. 370 support near term. Right in here. I don't think she cracks it. I have no idea what Satya could say that would just take this down entirely. I don't know. But at 425, I would actually be a little bit more cautious. At that point, you're right into the 200-day simple. This is really like another one where like I want to see more, significantly more, before I think this is actually out of the trend. Check this out. I'll just do a quick little downtrend on this guy, and then you'll see.
By the way, real quick, oil did pop 77 to 80 just now.
See, if this is what I mean by if you're out of the channel, the first time you get out of a channel, I don't necessarily want to take it. I usually fade that because a lot of times you actually do get this. If Microsoft does that to 425, I would not expect it to hold. Also, I would actually expect it to come back, and you just don't want it to do this. So that is what it is. 425 is resistance. I think you could sell some upside calls, maybe even closer to 435 would be. I think this sets up right nice for a nice little condor. You know, some of these, dude, very beautiful, like selling premium trades. This is a great sell 435, 430, sell 340, put credit spreads, 45 days out. I don't hate that. I feel like that's easy money. There's easy money out there. It's just not the normal directional money.
Okay, and the meta.
Oh, Mita. She's on support as we speak it. She's not looking healthy. But
700 or 500?
Can I go 659 and stop on a dime? Ooh, okay. I rhymed. 662.01. 662.01. Only because I think Zux is real scrappy right now. Like real scrappy. Like he don't really care. And he's already been toying with some headlines to see what the market's gonna like. I just think that's funny. But this is upside resistance into that 650 to 690 range. I have a nice little session gap around 660, 662 is what that is. This is potentially a bit springboardy. I think if you own it, you stay put here. But if you get a nice dip, like there's a real good dip available. It just won't be on earnings because like this is just like the rest of the market where like if it actually decides that it's going to break down, we ain't seen nothing yet. But it felt bad. Although this could give you a really good opportunity at some point. It's just kind of trending right now, sideways to down.
Amcor.
I thought we were gonna do. Wait, can I look at crude? You promised me I could. I wanted to see.
Oh, we could look at oil. Yeah, that's fine.
My thing is not. I don't have. Mine is not open. Oil. Woo. Oh yeah, all the way back. Did you buy any?
No.
We should look at the oil stocks. But we want to do Amcor. I mean, for a near-term trade. Amcor. Oh, 45.
Dude,
I didn't even realize.
This one's down 50. This is what I'm saying. This one went 90 to 45. Like the level of excitement to get it back to 90. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, dude, this was on track for 100. It got real close. I mean, $96, I guess, is this is what I mean. Like sometimes I'll have a target that I'm like, it can go well over 100, and it gets really close, but not quite. Right? Like I think I had targets even higher, didn't quite get there, and then instantly just kind of like petered out. And the worst part is that you get that Nvidia headline just the other day from 65, which is that 2000 all-time high. 65, it rips your face off. You're up like 20% after hours, which we all know by now. Well, if you're new, welcome. After hours is nothing but lies and deceit for you. And it's Amcor. And it just fades the whole thing immediately. It's rough. But good news is that this is right into support right here, right now. So 45 is actually the retest of 2024 high. That said, this is day one post earnings. Usually you want to give these things like a 3-day rule. If this breaks below, you could actually see closer to 35s to retest this area right here. So if you like it, I think you can start to accumulate on the following big red days, but don't expect it to be out of its downtrend, or don't expect it to V-shape recovery just yet. We have to see. I think we still want to get past FOMC. At this point, the multiple is probably closer to what it is reasonable. So I think it's, not as, I think it's a better risk reward at this point. Anyways,
Nvidia.
Well, I just out of sheer, like, what do you call that? Spite? I don't know. Just based on the Barber commentary, I want to go long Nvidia. because I think people, I think that's a normal comment where somebody's selling their Nvidia to buy the next shiny object, because Nvidia has not in fact gone anywhere for many years, and that could be frustrating for people. But this is not where I want to give up on Nvidia. If you've been a shareholder of record for many years, I just think you stay the course. Do we see that sub 190 or 180 kind of level? If we do, just let it go and then pick it up around as close to 180 as you can, like 182.50, 180. That's going to be a little bit of a bounce spot. For now, it's possible that we see it. But again, if we have Meta and we have Microsoft tomorrow, then we're going to have Amazon. I think from here, usually this is when Nvidia gets its earnings run, which is as the Mag 7 report, Nvidia starts to bounce a little bit. We'll just see how much that's typical. Did Google raise its capex? I'm sure. I don't even have to ask if Google raised its capex. It's like, I'm so sure Google raised its capex, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, they didn't give us the dollar amount, but yes, they did.
Oh, that's right. That's what they did. They took away 2027's guidance.
Which Microsoft, Steve says it's definitely coming out tomorrow, but I don't know if they have to give the fiscal year guide. If they do, then that'll be a big number.
Yeah.
Which technically it's the beginning of Microsoft's fiscal year in Q2.
Yeah. I think if these companies do start to guide, maybe that's why people probably Google didn't want to guide, because they don't want to Was that like another nail in the coffin? When did Google report for the AI trade? And it's just been stacked catalysts one after the other.
That was last week.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely did not help the AI trade. Microsoft, Amazon, I guess they get a pass if they want to, or maybe not report that far out. It's probably better that they don't, and we continue to have this reset on the AI trade, which goes sideways, and ultimately we get those surprises to the upside. But yeah, we were on what was the ticker?
We did Nvidia. Let's do AMD.
Oh, Nvidia, I like it, right? AMD is risky AF. Risky as for real. I don't hate it, but 437 is your support into earnings. That's what I'm talking about. This really made like a very good shot into the $1 trillion club. It was so close, man. Again, look at this. You're like right here. You think this would have been the $1 trillion club? I mean, so close. Do we just give her credit? Do we just give Lisa credit? You made it. Congrats. I don't know. But if it loses 430, this is not going to be fun. I don't actually have support until at least 350. Below that, potentially lower. But that said, it's on support. So just like everything else, it is currently right now on support. And for those reasons, I don't think it's going to just for why? Just because the market doesn't like these stocks, just going to just completely bleed out like a stuck pig tomorrow? No, I don't think so. Not unless Warsh comes out and says something about, sorry, that was a little graphic, like about rates. So no, I think you're chill right here. And my sentiment is the same. Just wait, resistance is over 600. It can still be a $1 trillion market cap company. I think it wants to be really bad, but rates and the pull forward here. No question, AMD is getting serious traction in areas that they have not gotten traction for decades. Zero question. But same thing was true about Intel. We just got to be careful.
SoFi. By the way, guys, I will not be covering SoFi tomorrow. Tanner will do it. I mean, I'll be live for the market open, but the actual 7 a.m. call, Tanner should be live for that.
Stay the course. I feel like FOMC is going to be. How does SoFi report on an FOMC day? Like,
Dude, it happened last time too. It's kind of crazy.
really?
Yeah.
How rude. Well, this is what happened last time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think SoFi's gonna have a good quarter, but it's a tough day for a rate sensitive stock to report.
So the good news is that stocks run, right? And then they rest, and then they run again, and then they rest. And SoFi is in a rest phase. We just need to find out. Technically, this looks like the next run is this way, but the next run is TBD. Technically, it looks good. We have support over here. This is holding about $14. But the truth in the technicals now, this should have gone earlier. I still like it. It's still holding support. But the next move is yet to be determined. Obviously, I say obviously, that's the truth. As constructive as this looks, the next move is yet to be determined. It could easily be this way, or it could be that way. I don't know.
ServiceNow.
ServiceNow is decidedly at resistance. I saw that today, and I was like, no. If I was going to take a trade, I actually probably would have taken a short on ServiceNow. We talked about this before. 110 is like the critical pivot. I'm just going to slap a line here, and I'll just put it at 110 across the board. Let's see. And I can go as far back as you want. But this is the pivot. I don't think you front run this. That's resistance. It's got to get through. Here's your pivot. Pivot. Breakdown. Pivot. Pivot. We are here. I think you just wait. You can go to 122. Or it can go to 86. Again, another one where I'm like, I don't like the spot. It's actually got, I mean, how are we going to ask for Jason to come up with a direction on ServiceNow when it has literally been at $110 for the last 177 days? That's not fair, you guys.
That's a good point. I agree with you as well. I don't think we're having a software rotation yet. If we were, IGV would have pumped way harder during this sell-off.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. By the way, this is weird. Axios says a U.S. official is claiming Iran launched missiles towards that base in Jordan. That is so weird given the headlines we saw today, unless Iran got intel that Trump is absolutely not willing to revisit the MOU, which was reported this morning. And as a result, they're essentially launching preliminary strikes before the U.S. strikes back. I mean, because we've had 3.5 days of no strikes. So this is breaking that streak.
Oh.
I mean, hopefully this news is wrong, but if this is what Axios is reporting, then we're going to have to see if that's true or not. Zeta.
Guys, you're going to hate. Do you like, did the crew like to sell premium? Because, like, I'm not even looking at this. Hey, she held okay. Earnings coming. So Zeta is in a spot where Zeta's to me has always been an investment stock. Like if you like it a long time. Technically, it's in a good spot actually. This is the long-term chart. Resistance is 27. We're kind of far away from that. So it closed today at 22. Zeta could easily be 27, 28 bucks tomorrow or whenever she reports. That's resistance. So I would just like chill. If it's an investment, there was someone on my stream on Monday was like, I have Zeta $25 covered calls. And I looked at the chart for next week, not this Friday, but next Friday, which would include earnings. August 7th, I think, would be the expiration. And I looked at it and was like, this is probably a teachable moment. Sorry to tangent, but this is a moment where if it's an investment and you actually don't want to sell, it's very possible that come next week, Zeta's trading at $30. And if you sell a $25 call, collect $40 on an investment, you're going to be in a rock and a hard place. It's actually very possible. So for those reasons, on my investments, I don't sell cover calls for income, so I don't get into those situations, and definitely not through earnings. If it was a trade for that same person selling the $25 cover call, collecting $40 for next week, I think is an amazing trade. If you intend to actually be called away and let that stock go in its entirety, I think you win. Congrats. Parade, cookie, the whole nine. Like, that's a great trade. But this is gonna potentially come in here through an earnings session. It could break through and then be off and running, but it is still below resistance, so it has plenty of room to go up into that $28 range. We'll have to see how it does after earnings, but this is actually holding up pretty well. I don't see this going anywhere crazy. I think this waits for the actual earnings to make a move.
Qualcomm, which I think is also tomorrow, right?
Yeah, God, this thing, she's cracking like levels at this point, about 160. I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll have to see. This thing is right on that same exact level. So this is 2021 high, big pivot. Man, that was a sell the news event on the investor day. We're on support here now. It's an interesting spot to be coming into earnings. I don't know that they say anything crazy on earnings, but this whole area is just, Qualcomm is in a spot like Corning was, where this could open up, this could hit 130. This could be 130, 140 after earnings, actually, at this rate, 135. It's very possible if they don't deliver. At the same time, I don't know that there's a whole lot of premium in this company anymore. It's come down so much. I would just look at like a Skyworks, that just reported, interestingly enough, they got $1 billion deal with Android. So I don't know why this is down so much. It's not down that much, but I think this actually is bottom territory. We'll see. But Qualcomm, I think, is, if they don't have any, Qualcomm fundamentally has removed the data center premium, most of it. Again, the question now becomes, is the market not only going to remove the data center premium, but are they going to discount the idea that the edge or the client side cell phone market has not in fact bottomed? Because that's what I'm looking at happening on the stock. If it goes below where it is right now, the market's basically, it's just dumb. I think it's dumb. But that said, can it continue to be dumb? It's possible. This is one where, like, dude, they're basically saying that the endpoint market didn't necessarily bottom, which I feel like it has. So we'll see.
Dell.
Is this tomorrow after hours or before?
Pretty sure it's after.
Okay, we'll have to see. These are all of these, dude. These charts are like, they're snapback spots, but you still have to see. On support, boom. One more time. So, sorry, context for you. I don't know if you guys remember that last exercise I did a second ago of taking from when something actually reports earnings, and then I'll take from where the market gets the report to the high of the next session, between then and here and there. That gives me 360 as support. It's holding. So Dell also, see, this is what I mean. Everything is right on support. I don't necessarily want to, that's not going to be a fun short, because it'll probably slap on you like upside, but then it's not a good spot to short across the board. Like in the market, it's not a good short location, not a good trade location to short. Better trade location would be up here. And this is coming off of support. Whoosh, we'll see. TBD. As long as it's over 360 or 355, you're fine. It is heavy. It looks like it wants to come down, but it's not going to break down. It's not in a breakdown until it's below 350. And if that's the case, then yeah, you're probably quickly coming down to $100. But I can't. It's too early to say that.
Oracle.
I knew you were going to say that.
Really?
$0 puts are doing well.
Zero, dude. I think Ellison realizes he's levered up aggressively with Warner Brothers and data centers. And like Oracle's not growing that much to be that levered.
Dude, the whole thing is scam Altman. The market is just not buying it. The market did not like Nvidia's financing thing. The market did not like Google not increasing capex. That we have this like litany of headlines that is just like, oh, again. Right now they're back to back. They don't have to change right away, but eventually they will. Oracle specifically is just, they have RPOs, but their RPOs, I don't know. There's just
half of it's OpenAI. That's the issue. Like literally 50% of the 583 billion is OpenAI.
I come from this world, so I didn't even start the clicker for the timer, but like when they say RPOs, can you help me understand what the company is? That like I have received a purchase order, or are we talking about like?
No, it's not even a purchase. I think it's like if you do this. So if Oracle builds out,
what is the title on this type of agreement?
I think it's if they build the data center, OpenAI will pay them.
That's not even an RPO. You see what I'm saying? Like that's like me saying, hey man, I'll print a Hawaiian shirt for you. Will you wear it? Will you buy it? And then you're like, yeah, I'll buy it. And then I make it.
No, but if it's like, hey Jason, if it's like, hey Jason, if you print it with these colors, I will buy it.
But you didn't say that from the beginning, Amit, right? And that is, I think that exchange, that last exchange, is what the market's discounting now. Like, what if he backs out because some kind of finicky detail? Who knows? Or the data center connect power connect doesn't show up. If I don't know this contract, I don't know what it looks like.
I think you're right, because no one knows what this contract looks like at this point.
But yeah, so that's sussy. It's a little sussy, boys and girls. It's a little sussy.
I think the real big issue with OpenAI right now, if Kimi K3 proves that token costs can come down dramatically, and OpenAI doesn't have a margin on their tokens, and they're not as relevant to the enterprise as Anthropic, then how the hell are they going to be able to pay for all their spending commitments? Which is why that NVIDIA headline on the weekend was so devastating for the market, because it kind of proves. Now, granted, I think there's more nuance to it, but the market's not choosing price action with nuance right now. It's like either up or down.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I don't think that anything that we've said about this AI build out being like a generational thing is wrong. At any point in time, none of this is making me question the fact whether or not the build out is happening, right? Like, are you questioning that?
No, it doesn't make you question it. It makes you question who's committed to spending for the build out. That's what I think the market's questioning.
And who benefits right now.
Yeah.
And I think that's like the scramble, right? Because the scramble was consensus over here, picks and shovels of picks and shovels of picks and shovels. And I think that was right. But then the multiple gets too high, it's a little finicky. And now we have rates and we have new FOMC Fed chair. Look, it's a wonky market to navigate. It's one of the most complicated scenarios I've seen in a long time. And the charts look a little heavy, and we're probably a little bit over leveraged. So we'll see. But at the same time, the thesis of this being a generational build-up, dude, no, it's not changing to me.
Anyone who uses AI realizes that if you're going to keep using it, which if you start using it, you're going to keep using it, you need the build-out because you need more compute. But the problem is one company is responsible for $1 trillion of spending. That's where the market gets scared.
Yeah, which brings me to the companies that are building it out, right? And like I think those still become the thing. It just they became so consensus, the multiples expanded. Now the market's second guessing those multiples. In reality, I think maybe we went over our skis, we overshot to the upside, just like market overshoots to the downside. We're probably going to overshoot to the downside, and then we're going to revert right back to the upside, and on we go. I just think that's the market, and I just think that that's where we are. But whether it's OpenAI or Anthropic or Gemini or Grok or some frontier model that we don't know about, Perplexity, Myth, whatever the other ones, it could be who knows what. You and I have actually, I don't think that we've ever been on the page of like, these are going to be the winners. Same thing like the memory trade is like, is this necessarily the best place? I don't know. But
I think most people have said OpenAI is actually not going to be the winner. But at the same time, they've had to acknowledge that it's too big to fail, which is the issue.
It might be a little big to fail. You know who's not too big to fail? Can we talk about my hug?
Oh, Stu Akamai. By the way, oil now up 5%. So the market's taking this headline pretty seriously about the missiles in Jordan.
Not gonna lie, I bought a little Next Decade just for the fun of it. I almost sent it, but then they had earnings, and I was like, it's probably can't actually send it. Next Decade is it's not actually up yet. We'll see. Yeah, Akamai, I think, what's the market? I haven't looked at this, but this $16 billion, right? $16 billion. This company gets a $1.6 billion PO purchase order, which is not a RP, it's a purchase order. It is 7-year term on the purchase order. First of its kind, industry, like never been seen before, like within its industry. I don't hate it. Right here, I'm looking at this as like this is the range that Akamai is trying to break out from, and it really got very close to it. Had it gone, I had 215 to 225 on my bingo card. I actually don't not have 225 ish on my bingo card for Akamai. I still have that here. The trade though is like much further out, longer term. I think we're in support across the board, very close to it. I like the spot. I think it can come down a little bit more, but I'm not going to be too picky here. I've been buying it. I continue to buy it. Can this get to like $100? Yeah, but we're right onto earnings. I think this is close to the low. At this point, you're getting a discount where so the quarter that it actually was announced, I think they talked about right here in the 90s. And then, here's where we are. It's just getting more and more finalized. Like it's an idea over here. It's a thing over here. And it's a done deal over here. Now it's going to be about, is it expanding, the contract expanding, which I think it will be. Yeah, this CDNs are actually holding up pretty well. I do like this one. Can come down a little bit more, but I'm in this one for the long run too. So I like it. I like it a lot. S&P, it's in the S&P 500. It's been around for forever. She looks good to me.
Shift 4.
Wow, you're definitely shifting gears on me here. That's a payment processor?
Yes.
Oh, you are. Earnings early August. The chart's in recovery mode. It's bouncing, like it's got a nice little base, but it's actually at resistance right here. So you probably pull back. I don't see this breaking out. I think that's toppy. I don't know what the fundamental valuation here is, if this is cheap or expensive. I actually have no idea. All I can say is, as I look at this, there's a little bit of resistance in this area right here. Not the cleanest chart. I guess it depends on your time frame. So I'm looking at this. This is the prior breakdown, which it's retesting right now. Also the 200-day simple. So I wouldn't be surprised if this pulls back a lot. This had a massive rally, 45 to 54 in the last few days. Elon consumer, 20%. I think this just stays around this price and then eventually gets to earnings. So Support is at 45 on this guy. If it breaks through next resistance level 66.
I mean, let's do this one because they've got earnings. But SK Hynix.
Let me look at STX.
Oh yeah, we can do STX too. I feel like SK Hynix is going to crush their numbers, but if the stock doesn't move, Kospi is going to be.
All I know is like the barber might get an extra tip if she was actually right. Sell your Nvidia by SK Hynix. I don't know. Barber is getting put to the test right now. This looks fine. Like this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like pair of twos is what they would say, right? It's okay. So this is the SK Hynix chart for the US stock. I'm not going to do that. I think you actually take the Korean one. You have a little bit more history. So right now at 1.5 milli one, this is actually a 50% retracement. So if this goes down, it's going to 1. So it's got a 30% downside from here. 30% downside in short order on the Hynix of SKs. Upside is what? More than 30%. Upside is 45% on a trend. I think near term 18. Right here is your resistance. This guy. So that is, I don't know how much this normally moves on earnings. 15% up, 30% down on earnings itself. And if it actually continues through, I could see this back into the 20. I don't know where this is on the US one. SKHY. This is probably back in this 160s if it does well. But 30% downside on this, what's it? Not sub 195.
Dude, they IPO'd it at 150. Dude, it was 7x oversubscribed the day of the IPO.
Yeah, I mean,
those 6x people that didn't get it, they've got to feel happy as hell. They weren't picked to buy it.
What you could have gotten the CMXT, right? What?
Oh, that was a joke. That's crazy.
What's the ticker? CXTMX?
I think it's CXMT. I mean, they just mispriced it, dude. They priced it at 85 billion with every memory company's at $1 trillion. So, I mean, it was a no-brainer. But this one also, though, it's not a fully diluted float either.
So this is already on Hyperliquid? Oh my goodness.
It's been on Hyperliquid for a while, actually.
Oh, it's been high on Hyperliquid too. So it's from here to it didn't do the same thing on Hyperliquid. Why? It only went up 30%. CXMT. Crazy. They're all over this in the crypto space.
Can we do?
But this also is not looking that hot.
No, not at all. I mean, it went up 5x in a day. I don't know if that's sustainable.
I know what you're gonna ask.
What am I gonna ask?
Reddit.
Yeah, let's do Reddit.
I know.
Shopify and Reddit. Do those.
Yeah, you look at the glance of the chat for a second. Wow. Earnings tomorrow.
Oh, Reddit has earnings tomorrow? It does?
Yeah. Thursday. 147 downside. Wow. We really need to start selling some serious premium. I really like the idea of selling, since if it's not an investment, I would easily sell some 225 calls with some time. If you like it but don't own it, maybe wait till after earnings and see if you can put the stock around 145. But she lost her squeeze. If she gets back and holds over 180, cool. This was on trajectory into this 230 area to continue the squeeze, the little upside channel. It's not happening. It's just taking a breather right now. So this is it. It's on the bottom half of the channel. So I don't really like this. If it's over 190, I think you have a better shot of that actually happening like big time, but not there yet. Over 193, I think you could actually chase this one a little bit.
ASTS.
Now you're getting predictable. I would have guessed that one. This is same exact situation as Rocket Lab, actually. Both Rocket Lab and ASTS, I think, are in like the process of bottoming. I don't know how you don't think about going into defense over the next, or like at least dollar cost average. This is not defense, right? Sorry, I was thinking about something else, but we could talk about that later. Yeah, this looks fine to me. It looks fine for a bounce. It doesn't look fine for, oh, we're gonna rip your face off and rally from here. I don't see that. But I see a bounce. A small bounce. Resistance 68.36, support 48, 53 to 48. Literally just hit 53 today. Right
Intel.
there. 75?
Really?
Yeah, really.
I mean, I don't like Intel's multiples, so fundamentally I can understand that. But momentum-wise, that'd be ugly.
It's already in the cards. She broke. She passed earnings. 75. Maybe even slightly below that. Just wait. Down upside did not happen. We still have this like broadening formation. Like I had Intel up here if it kept trend, but it didn't hold this 104 area. It just didn't. Then you make new lows. If I'm connecting these lows, like I'm right on it. If it goes a little bit higher, okay, maybe. But as it stands right now, it's the same thing. It's like this, as it stands right here, right now, this looks very weak. It's not that far. This $75 is going to be like Palantir at 106, just for a minute, right? Like this. That's what I'm thinking here. That's how I see it. Does it actually hold that? I don't know. And to my earlier point, how we started this whole thing, like if you haven't sold here, like who cares if it drops another $10? You're in it to win it, baby. Like, what are you gonna sell it at 85 and pick it up at 75 the next day? Nah. See what I mean? Like, this is where we are. Just chill. Just chill.
Netflix.
Well, that one really got close. The Netflix. Oh. Short. Bro. That's a sell. They want to know why, huh? Okay. So 75 down to 57 was that area. Supported a 61. Here's earnings right here. The high of that earnings candle, again, 75, the low, 68 or whatever, right here, right now, literally right in the middle. At the upper end of the resistance, which zoom out, look left, we're toying with this area. This is a spot where, yeah, you had a big pop. This is exactly what I'm talking about on the market. We could get something like this. Netflix will be a good case study to see where we go from here. Technically, this is where I would be more cautious than optimistic. Decidedly on Netflix. You've made a big move off the absolute lows, right into support, 12%. I don't know if that's big or not. Right into, not support, sorry. Right into resistance. You still haven't this stock still has yet to really formalize any near-term support, meaning there's nothing but lower lows on this. And even if it does come in just slightly, look at what we're attempting to get over. That's at 75. Like cautious. I would be very cautious here. And in fact, if it comes below 70 again, I would probably take this short for, I don't know, $10. So what time horizon is that? It's very short. And if you're long term, similar to Intel, what are you going to sell it for 70 and buy it back for 60? Okay, that's not worth it from an investment perspective. That's more just a quick trade.
I read.
Am I being snarky today?
No, I think a lot of people agree with. Look, unless you think these names are going down to 30%, do you sell them for another 7% down? I mean,
so, and I think that they could go up first.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they could go up first and then take another 30% haircut. So, which maybe they go up 20% and then go down 30% from there, which ends up being slightly lower than where we are right now. I think you just ride it out, man.
You know what could really just mess up the year? If Warsh actually hikes tomorrow, I think a lot of retail. I think a lot of retail will be like, you know what, fuck this, I'm done. I'm just totally done. Like I don't care anymore. Like this is like if he does that and it's a midterm year, and then Trump ends up, putting troops on the ground, like that could really do it for the year. But I don't know.
That's why I'm saying, like, just chill. Right? Let's just chill. Let's know where we are. Objectively speaking, we are very expensive. We're, as Amit has told us today, we are likely at the highest historical multiple in history. We're just coming off of the market's most expensive point in history ever. He said, is it time for irrational exuberance or whatever? I don't know. Watch Warsh pull out the stupid phrase like that. It's coined on his first FOMC. Like, dude, tomorrow can be an absolute bloodbath. Not gonna lie, but to assume. By the way, that's not gonna happen in the morning. It's impossible for that. Even tomorrow morning does not matter. We will probably see a lot of short covering in the morning, which is why I'm thinking we're probably going to bounce first, even in the morning. And then once the meeting hits, there's a way to trade FOMC. If the crew doesn't know, there's going to be an announcement, there's going to be a press release, and then he's actually going to start his stream, and then the market's going to go whoosh, 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 right? It's gonna make a move when the press release is released 30 minutes before the stream starts. The market's gonna move. It's not gonna wait for the stream to start. 30 minutes before the stream starts, the market's gonna make a big move. That move is immediately going to get reversed. Clockwork, trust me. That move is immediately gonna get reversed. And while he's talking towards the end of his speech or in the middle of his speech, he's going to say some things that the market grabs onto from time to time. And you're going to see an epic roller coaster tomorrow. That's what's going to happen. And then the Q&A is going to start, and it's going to get like at peak roller coaster level. And it's just going to be like, woo, 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 what are we doing? And then it's not actually going to be real intraday until the stream shuts off. So once the stream closes, then you're going to have actually a telegraphed, more sustained actual trend just for tomorrow. But if we close at the absolute highs or the absolute lows tomorrow after the FOMC conference, that's also very possible, probable, not just possible, that's probable. Whatever that is not likely to continue the following day. So we close at the absolute lows tomorrow after an insane roller coaster. I'd venture to go long, straight up. If we close at the absolute highs after a crazy adventure tomorrow, I'd probably fade it. So I think that's the sentiment. I'm like, dude, we have some shenanigans coming in the next 48 hours, and it's going to be a wild ride. So let's just chill. And in the meantime, you can make a lot of money trading. Trust me. Amit's already put in a deposit to have me come in on the next market or the FOMC stream and actually live trade with you guys. So we'll see. I said I'd think about it.
Can you check SK Hynix because they missed earnings? How bad
So
is it?
You're telling me I should have
No,
kept
no,
my.
the actual SK Hynix, not the US one. Is the Korean one responding?
The US one is.
The US one's not responding, right?
It is responding.
Oh yeah, it is. No. Okay, then never mind. Then I thought it was only the. Yeah, it is. It's down 2%. So I thought we would get it at 8 p.m., but apparently we got it now. So the street wanted 83 trillion won. They came in at 79 trillion. So they just on the revenue. The future. Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I thought
you might want to share your screen because I don't think I have the right licenses to see it.
No, you can just show SKHY because it's reacting anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Second quarter. Second quarter operating profit missed. Street wanted 60. How are they missing on their numbers after Samsung blew it? That's weird.
It wasn't Samsung. It was Seagate.
No, but Samsung 2 weeks ago, like that's the South Korean giant, right? Like, so you would think if Samsung's having a record operating profit, SK Hynix, Street wanted 64 trillion. They came in at 60 trillion.
You know, guys, I feel like I should tip the barber anyways because now I kind of feel bad because I think they bought some SK Hynix. What's the acronym here? Do we have a name? What are we gonna call SK Hynix?
I don't know. I'm trying to convert these numbers into dollars first, so we can actually understand what these numbers.
It's like 1,000 divide by 1,000. Divide by 1,200 or something.
Dude, how did they miss?
Scam Hynix. Thank you.
Yes, that's the name. Dude, no, a memory company? You got the greatest time in the history of the planet to be a memory company, and you're missing your numbers? Like, no.
Crynix.
Wait, Micron below 800? Is it?
Probably.
Oh, Micron's 10.
Dude,
yeah.
I closed my ear. Oh,
I'm fine. Dude, you can the Bears can say, or the Bulls can say that the Ford multiple is cheap. The Bulls can say that the supply demand imbalance is massive. The Bulls can say everything. The Bulls cannot defend an earnings miss when there's basically 3 companies controlling the price of this. Like, you cannot defend that.
You're assuming this is a U.S. company, bro, and you're expecting them to adhere to U.S. like. Come on.
Right? No, it has nothing to do with you. Dude, they beat every quarter.
Do whatever they want over there, right?
No, but at the end of the day, you can't miss your numbers. That's like Nvidia missing their number. Like, Nvidia has a monopoly. It has it has all the IP, and you can't miss your numbers. And that's why Nvidia for the past 3 years has never missed a quarter. SK Hynix gets to $1 trillion and then decides to start missing numbers? Like, no. So the actual numbers are 45 billion in operating profit. So Street wanted 45 billion. They came in at 43. They missed by 2 billion. On revenue, they missed by about 3 billion. Like, these are just either the analysts got too excited, but even when the analysts got too excited for Micron and SanDisk, they still, Micron blew them away by 40%.
The chat is like having a conniption fit right now, dude. Like,
I don't even own these names. I'm just saying, like, I have no financial interest. I can't believe they actually missed their numbers.
SK Crynix.
Oh, Kospi is heading lower today. Kospi. Yeah, that's. You know what I really feel bad for, dude? I think there's so much freaking leverage in South Korea. Like, that's the other thing. You can't afford to miss your numbers. Like, the government should have contacted the CEO of SK Crynix and was like, dude, if you need to cook the books, just cook the fucking books, bro. We cannot afford.
There's no Korean SEC, right? Like, they can do what they want.
I don't even know if it's a Korean SEC, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, that it's just, look, maybe this is a short-term like knee-jerk reaction, but if they beat their numbers and the stock was down, it's like whatever, right? But
is it accelerating
their numbers?
I think it's accelerating.
Where's Nvidia? Is that getting hit after hours?
I don't know, but do you have a can somebody play like taps for us in the background? You know, the trumpet. You know, salute for this dead soldier here. He's not having a good time.
Dude, this whole long-term contract bullshit is getting it. SK Hynix, we've secured long-term contracts with approximately 10 major customers. Then why are you missing on your earnings? Like, this long-term contract nonsense is not going to stop people from thinking it's a boom and bust cycle. Like, it's Micron's fault for starting this shit with all these long-term LTAs. Everyone's like, oh, look at all these. It's like, that's not solving their issue.
It's not Micron's fault. You know whose fault it is? Ellison. It's
Why?
Scam Altman's fault for doing the first of the firsts.
I mean, look, in the context of memory, the problem is the low PEs is when they top out. Everyone's trying to be convinced that this time is different. And then you miss on your numbers. Then these long-term agreements, you know, are kind of trying to convince people that things will be different this time. And it's just not. At least that's not what the market's reacting to. And again, I don't own memory at all, but memory basically controls the high beta trade. Unless, and look, I don't want this to happen because it would suck for people in memory, but if memory itself could fall and the rest of the AI trade could be okay, like, sure, but I just really doubt, because the people that have Micron also have Nebius and Dell and CoreWeave. Like, I think it's all one trade, to be honest. It's just the memory names might take it on the chin harder than some of the other names, right?
Yeah. They're so bad. I'm buying more. Charles, why don't you wait another 30%? We'll just wait. There's no, I'm just telling you guys, take the oh God.
Micron's down 5%.
It's getting worse.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I mean, I think the market's realizing it's a freaking commodity right now. I think either it's a knee-jerk reaction or the market's realizing it's a commodity. And if it's a commodity, it does not get a premium.
SK Hynix, Moo. Oh God. Nebius is. Oh my God. STX just.
Where's STX? Where's STX?
Hold on. Well, I was gonna, dude. It's accelerating. Hold on. STX is at 753. It's giving it all back. SNDK. Oh, dude, God. Oh God.
You can't miss your numbers if you're SK Hynix. You can't do that.
What are they doing? Well, this was a bad idea.
This is so bad.
Look at it. Look at it. It's all. But you know.
You cannot be one of three companies controlling the memory trade and miss your numbers, bro. You can't do it. Like, I'm shocked that cannot Micron, as much as the stock has gotten hit, they destroyed every expectation because Sanjay knows that if he wants to keep a $1 trillion market cap, he can't mess around and miss his earnings. And the worst part is they pumped this stupid IPO.
Oh, wait a second. My barber said to buy SanDisk, not SK Hynix. So when does SanDisk report?
In like 3 weeks.
You know?
Dude, SanDisk is about to go under 1,000, dude. Like, this is, look, maybe it's after hours. It's a little, you know, there's low volume or whatever, but.
Bullish Tesla.
Is Tesla up?
I don't know.
Oh, this is good for no. Actually, Tesla's down, but this is good for Tesla because look, if the price of Micron stock going down.
Whatever, dude.
No, I'm trying to think, like, does that make memory HBM cheaper? And it's not going to make HBM cheaper if the price of Micron stock goes down. It's not going to solve the issue. So that's the only way it would be good for Tesla. But
so, can you expand on the numbers a little bit? Like, miss whatever. Like, what are we talking about? Did they actually decelerate, or?
No. They accelerated year over year.
Okay.
But they missed sales by $2 billion. They missed
one.
No, I'm doing dollars this time. I'm doing dollars.
Oh my goodness.
They missed operating. So the street wanted 59.9. They came in at 56.7. Street wanted 45.9 for operating profit. They came in at 43. I mean, realistically, I know we're being a little dramatic here. These aren't the biggest misses in the world, but the problem is the problem is these trades, these companies have $1 trillion market caps, and they sell something that historically has been a commodity, and the stock market has let these companies reach $1 trillion in market capitalization. So any piece of bad news, not to mention all the leverage that's fueled in these trades, it exacerbates the downturn.
I think you're exacerbating the downturn right now.
I think the stock down 5% is also exacerbating. No, obviously, I really, after seeing Samsung beat, I didn't expect SK Hynix to miss. That's my point. That's why it's so weird to me. Yeah. Like for example, imagine if Nvidia misses their numbers. Like you can't.
Don't they make different things though? Like what? So what about inventories? Does it say anything about inventories? No inventory, right?
Let me check. I gotta see.
Oh God, it's still going. What's happening right now?
Yeah, like it might just be after hours sell, but like I just can't believe they missed. Dude, they missed on a lot of stuff too. It's not just.
I know. I heard they actually borrowed the old SMCI at CFO to help them with the ADR listing to get their finances in order.
I didn't hear about that.
I did not. They did not do that. That's probably what we're looking at. It was a miss, and then like actually it wasn't a miss. We just guided wrong. I don't know. As Moo comes into the 750 mark, which was what I was saying as support, and as Sand. So, okay, I'll be real here for a second. Sand is about to crack 1,000. We're accelerating sub 120 now on Crinix, SK Crinix, whatever. This can look really ugly after market because this is definitely the most illiquid time to trade. It's possible that things like bounce pretty quickly, but we can watch this. And you know what? If this, so here's the other thing, Amit. The weirdest part about this is that, oh God, it's speeding up.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm trying. Because there's something in these earnings that are worse. There's something happening that's worse than the top line number.
1 minute chart. Do I need to go to 30-second?
I can't see what's happening that's worse than the headline numbers. I'm trying to find it, but something's fishy here, dude. Something's really fishy.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, it's people kind of saying what we just talked about. They're like, screw it, they're out. Like that, you know. They're just.
But my point is that this here now in the aftermarket, this could be just honestly, these things move so much. This can be 140 tomorrow, like
100%. It can bounce back easily. I don't disagree. I think, look, this after hours action, it's ugly, but it can't be the full truth. I'm trying to figure out what have they said that's getting the market to have this knee-jerk. It can't just be a revenue miss. There's got to be something deeper that the street doesn't like. Their net income was way better than what the street expected, like by 40%. So that's a big beat.
Did the call even start? Or are we just reacting off a headline number? We don't even know. It's not even in English. The call's not even going to be in English.
Yeah, so we're not going to be able to listen to it. Oh wow, this is also. Oh, this is. Hold on, the dude. They pulled a Google on the EPS. So the street actually got it right. They're putting in. They brought in 65 billion of profits, but 44 billion of it is unrealized gains on some assets they have. So the street's not even impressed by the EPS number because it's fake, effectively.
What do you mean they pulled it? Oh, you mean Google with SpaceX?
Yeah.
Well, what did they invest in?
I don't know. I don't know what the hell they made 43 billions on. What does anyone know what SK Hynix got 43 billion of investment asset gains on? Do they invest in Micron?
I
what
cannot-
could SK Hynix have possibly invested in that made them 43 billion? Kioxa? Oh, I think they might have actually invested in Kioxa.
What even is that?
Kioxa is the biggest memory company in Japan, which is probably going to drop 10% today if this continues. It was already down 8% yesterday. they shorted their own stock. Dude, companies should be able to short their own stock as a hedge against their earnings. Like low key as a shareholder, I'd be like, it increases the short float, but like I like the hedge. I don't mind, you know?
That's why they want memory commodities like futures. So they can be like the airlines and short fuel or go long fuel.
Dude, at some point, Micron was more valuable than Meta. It doesn't make sense. And I think the market is realizing how much it doesn't make sense. But then you look at the forward PE and you're like, well, that also doesn't make sense. So
can we be real for a second? Just also like, let's say this thing actually legit unwinds. Like, what's the downside on Micron from here?
I don't know.
Like another 75%? What are we talking about? Talking about $100 company?
Dude, it would be trading at a negative PE. The PE would be like 0.05 or something. Like the PE is 4 right now.
Yeah, let's call.
What is Micron's PE at $100? Can someone tell us?
I don't know. Can I call Jose? We were just technical Tuesdays out the window, guys. It's over. By the way.
Yeah, it's over. It would be like 0.5, right? Because they're gonna do 150 in earnings this year or something. 2.1, yeah, around about 1.5 to 2. Okay, so if it's going to be trading at 2 times earnings, then
no, let's go 5. Like, the forward P was like,
oh, sorry, the forward PE would be 0.5. Yeah. Yeah, this is very surprising. I did not expect Hynix to miss numbers. Now we know why they pumped that IPO that hard, dude. They needed someone to buy this shit. Operating profit is still up 557% year over year. Revenue's up 257% year over year. 51% Q over Q. Like the numbers are great. It's just you can't miss the expectations. Having said that, look, the numbers are pretty damn good. Missing by 3 or 4 billion. Yeah, you can't do it, but should that really deserve a 10-15% decline tomorrow? A couple billion that you missed by?
It's been down 10% the last 2 days. Well, I'm sorry. SanDisk has been down 10% the last 2 days in a row. SanDisk is down what from the high? I have SanDisk at 7s back to support, but as of right now, what do we on SanDisk from when you made your last purchase? You said that you bought it at 23. 2380 was not the high. Was the high? It's down 57%.
I mean, look, well, this is why I was saying this earlier in the show. Like, if I picked it at 23 in the stock draft, I don't think the stock draft ends in a year. Does this thing pump 120% in a year? I don't know, dude. Like, that's a lot to ask for.
I don't think it is.
Especially when freaking Hynix is missing their numbers. Like,
I don't think it's that. So this goes to 700s, right? SanDisk, just to be, it's going to 700s. If it does that, what do you have it at the stock draft at? 18?
No, 22 or 23.
Oh, 22.
Literally the top.
Oh yeah, my Nevius too.
Dude, all of our picks are and Marvell, Iran, anyone who Steve with CoreWeave, Oracle, they're all topped.
It's very possible that does happen, that this does go 250%. I'm just saying it is possible, technically.
Yeah, but
from 7.
But who would take from 7? Okay, from 7's a different question.
Why?
Because I'm like, who would take the risk reward at these levels for
why is it a different question? I mean, because you're closer to the bottom than you are the top.
Yeah, that's fair. But like, is SanDisk a good buy at $1,000 with the expectation it'll go to 2,000? It's like maybe expectation will go to 1,300, sure, but
Yeah, I think if you pick up SanDisk close to 7, as close to 7 as you can, maybe even 6, who knows, with an expectation to double, maybe triple in the next 2 years, I think that's reasonable. Not gonna lie.
I see. Okay, so here's the other issue, because me and Steve were having a debate on this on basis points. Let me ask you the question. By the way, guys, Jason, I think will be on basis points in a week or two, so it'll be fun to have him on. Do you think the semis can go up and the Mag 7 can go up in a few years? Do you think all of them can pump together? AKA the CapEx spenders and the CapEx beneficiaries. Can they go up together?
Yeah. I think SPY is going to be 1,200 in 2 years' time.
No, I'm not talking about SPY. I'm talking about, can NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, Amazon go up? And can Micron, SanDisk, Bloom Energy, all those names go up at the same time with the hyperscalers?
With the hyperscalers?
Because I think when the hyperscalers really go up, I'm just a bit more skeptical of everything going up, because they're going to cut back on CapEx. They're going to, start getting their free cash flow to go positive, which means all the names that get hit when that happens are the names we're looking at on the screen. I find it hard to believe SanDisk is going to be $3,000 when Google is trading at $700 a share, because where the hell is SanDisk going to get those earnings from if Google's going to pull back? So to me, it's like this CapEx beneficiary trade is a trade more than an investment. There are some parts of the AI stack that can be
decidedly no, and that's because of that. I think that's also why we're seeing a lot of this volatility, because all the bottleneck trades, they are trades. Like, they have to be trades.
Exactly, it's a bottleneck. Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. It's a trade because it's a bottleneck. Whereas NVIDIA and AMD aren't actually bottlenecks, which is why you get Broadcom. You could think of them as investments.
Broadcom could be a bottleneck trade. I don't know. Broadcom, dude. I get Broadcom, but like, can I be real about Broadcom? I mean, Hawk Tan is like, he's very scrappy. Like one year he's on this bandwagon, then the next year he's on VMware, and then he's on custom silicon, and then he's over here, then he's over there. Like, I don't really know.
I mean, that's fair. If the ASIC market kind of flattens out, then yeah, that's a fair point.
But they have their claws in nearly everything. Did we bottom, chat? Is that the lows?
What did Micron touch? 768?
770.
Dude, if that green candle's fake, if this shit is ready to go another leg lower.
I'm on a 2. Okay, yeah, it was fake. Just there you go. Let me zoom in for you. Let me get the microscope out. Back down she goes. I don't know.
SK Hynix is okay. SK Hynix did 118 to 122, but it's down from 135 at the close. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, these numbers aren't bad. Operating profits up 5x year over year. Revenues up 2.5. These are not horrible numbers. It's just like, this is what good management teams do. They look at the sell side and they make sure that they beat their damn numbers. And the only time they don't beat is because of some pre-tax thing, like something like NVIDIA has never missed numbers since 23. Like Jensen doesn't miss his numbers. He knows how important it is to not miss.
But Jensen's also been operating in the US markets for a really long time. We're talking about a company that doesn't. So like, I'm not so sure that you want to take that for a big, I'm dead serious. Like, we're one of the only markets that have like the guardrails that we do. Like, nowhere else is as stringent as we are.
You are right, but
which is what makes it so great, right?
But I feel like it's like a national emergency for the state of that country's economy to recognize that those two damn companies can't miss their numbers. Dude, like, seriously, like, it could wipe out a generation of young people in South Korea that have to start from zero because their entire savings got liquidated and then they owe money to the brokers. Like, it could be bad if those two companies collapse.
Are you insinuating this is like a Korean GameStop moment?
No, because GameStop didn't have anything fundamental. SK Hynix has amazing fundamentals, but
mechanical.
Yeah, because of the leverage, I guess. That's why it's similar. Like GameStop, people were just buying it to stick it to the hedge funds. It was like more culturally relevant to buy GameStop stock. Here, it's like, no, actually, SK Hynix and the multiple it trades at is relatively cheap. Like you could understand why someone wants to buy it. But the leverage that the country has allowed to operate into 2 stocks is what I think is just unbelievable.
Well, it's SanDisk and Western Digital are actually more expensive than Micron and SK Hynix, by the way, which is even crazier, right? Like once you realize that, and Seagate, right? Like that the smaller market cap ones are on a multiple basis even more expensive than Micron and SK Hynix and Samsung.
Dude, and then imagine we get a hike, or imagine fucking Trump says, look, they struck us in our Jordan base. We got to strike back tonight. I mean, like, there's just, to your point, what you've been saying all day, which is like not being uber excited to buy the knives that are falling isn't the worst idea right now.
Yeah, just chill. But also, right, like, what do we have tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow? Yes, so we're in the roller coaster moment. I think that's my point, right? Some stocks, and I said this with Steve yesterday. I was like, after earnings, some stocks are going to get decimated and they're never going to come back. I think this is true. At the same time, some stocks are going to scream higher and just maybe potentially be like runaway freight trains, especially after FOMC. I think that's a thing. But to guess which one is going to be what right here, right now, you have to be willing to ride it like the whole way, which means that your position size is the most important thing. And, over the last few weeks, what I see in the market is that people are adjusting their position sizes to accommodate for the risk, because there is risk, and certain things will get caught, guilty by, assumed guilty by association. Maybe SanDisk has a great quarter, right? But association with SK Hynix not doing what it needs to do. These 3 might be just guilty by association for a time being. Let's see. Did you get a hold of Jose?
Jose's on I think Jose's in Florida right now.
Oh, he's
always Jose. To Jose's credit, dude, and he has been part of the reason that I've also stayed away from this memory trade. Like, Jose's called bullshit on this memory trade all year. Like, he's like, dude, I'm bullish, but like, this doesn't make sense. Now, granted, he's missed the big gains of the memory. So have I. So have you. But this downturn where most people get in, which is, that early June timeframe, it's not fun. And if you miss it, you miss it. Like, you tip your hat. You're like, all right, whatever. But Jose's never felt comfortable. And he's like the biggest semiconductor. He's never felt comfortable with suppliers of NVIDIA having a market cap that's 25% of NVIDIA's. Like, that doesn't make sense. That shouldn't happen. Like, logically. Like you can't have that much leverage. Like, Steve and I were talking about this on Base Point. You can't have the guy who's selling donuts to Dunkin' Donuts be more valuable than Dunkin' Donuts. Like, Dunkin' Donuts moat is way bigger than the individual donuts that they sell. Whereas the donut seller, the only thing they've got going for them is selling the damn donuts. So why are they more valuable than, or almost as valuable as Dunkin' Donuts? Like, or the individual donut supplier is more valuable than the media company with 4 billion daily active users that Dunkin' Donuts spends $150 million every month marketing on, aka Meta. Like, it didn't make sense.
Not in this context. It does not.
And people will say, what about NVIDIA? What about NVIDIA versus their customers? NVIDIA's product has a moat. There's IP. There's no moat to HBM or DRAM. It's a commodity. The only thing that I guess you could say gave it a moat was the pricing power because of the supply-demand imbalance. Not the 30 years of intellectual property that it takes to build a GPU.
Yeah, I think that was never a moat. Side note, Western Digital never went below today's low still. So there's some it's not as bad as it looks on a 1 minute chart.
Yeah, and I
And
based on what you said, I wouldn't be surprised if this flips green tomorrow. Like, it's just missing your numbers is a sign to the market. Like, forget it. Forget if the stock goes green tomorrow. I think the market doesn't like when a lever trade can't meet their numbers. So, like,
Yeah.
I think they're going to start to really scrutinize every single levered AI trade on beating their numbers. And if they miss, it's over.
100% agree. And I think to front run that is going to be a guessing game. And that's exactly what I'm saying you don't want to do, and just wait it out, right? Just wait it out. The winners will be separated from the losers. The losers will be kicked to the curb and they'll never come back. We don't know who's going to get rewarded right away. And the first person to get rewarded isn't necessarily the one that's the best one, or even going to stay that way. Hence air technology test systems. Like that was brutal. But and then at the same time, it's like, this is what I'm seeing in the market. There's so many other stocks that, like, who think of the investor that's heaviest in the memory trade. The personality type that's the heaviest in the memory trade right here, right now. Like, if you were to create their avatar, what are they? Can you describe that person? Like, what they look like, or what they're about?
Hold on. Describe a person that's heavily into memory.
Yeah. What type of personality is that, like, heaviest in the memory? They're looking for something high conviction. I think that they believe that this is the next best thing. I don't know. I feel like they're I don't know. I feel like they're looking for a big return. And I don't know.
Honestly, I think you're complicating. I think it's people that started chasing. Like,
That's-
genuinely,
Yeah.
I think it's literally in the month of June, the amount of comments I got under my posts when I tweeted anything about memory, not even bearish stuff, just like the amount of comments of, like, you don't get it, you don't get it, you don't get, like, I think people really made this trade their identity. And here's the thing. Here's my theory on what happened. The people with the lowest averages on Micron, 100, 200, 300, they don't talk. I never see them post anything on X. I don't see them talk about this shit. Like, there's this one guy I know, Say No to Trading. He's a good friend on X. His average is like 60. And I think he has like 1,000 shares. And he never brags about nothing, because if you go through his actual Micron content, he knows it's a cyclical business, but he got it, so cheap at 60 that there's no need for him to sell. Everyone who's talking bought this shit at $800, $900. That is my theory on people in the memory. Like, everyone who's a loudmouth on X has bought it on the way up. And because it went to 1,200 or SanDisk 20, everyone felt like they were a genius. And then, what happens? It collapses. Like, and I've been through collapses as well. I'm not saying I'm special. It's just in this particular or the photonics trade, same shit, right? People got into AAOI at 180 and it went to 240 and they felt like geniuses. And it's like, or Penguin, people got into that shit at 40, goes to 90. It's some small cap memory name. People feel like geniuses. And then boom.
The hardest thing, though, like, so think about the collapses that we have collectively, like, been through, or like Robinhood recently, right? I rode, a ton down like 50, 60% something. You did Palantir twice now recently. And like, you justify it. It's like,
I'm in this shit at like 10, 15 bucks. There's a difference, right?
There's a CEO like portion here. You're investing in leadership. You're investing in the vision. I think to your point is that, like, after a while, you're looking at this and like, okay, can I say this is a visionary CEO? Oh, I'm going to really fuck this trade up right now. Is there a visionary CEO? Is there a vision for the company? Are they executing on net new business units, like you can say with Palantir or Robinhood or whoever? That's just a hard no. Like, okay, so Micron CEO is amazing, right? But like, to the rest of the questions, I have a hard no on that. No.
I mean, look, the memory companies have executed, but the only reason their execution has mattered is because there's massive demand for the commodity they're selling and there's not enough supply. There's nothing special about it.
But so supply demand relationship, I don't think it's not, that's a bottleneck thing, right? It's demand. It doesn't have to slow down I think demand will do nothing but go up. But in relation to that, supply is going to go up. It's not that demand has to come down. I don't think demand's coming down for the price of memory to come down. I think supply goes up. And I think everybody in the space knows that. And whether you're working on increasing the supply to the market or a workaround, around memory in general, it's like, no, nobody expects demand to go down, but supply will go up, and that's the same effect.
Yeah, and it's like, someone says you don't understand the importance of memory. Trust me, I think all of us understand the importance of memory. Like if you use these LLMs every day, you want it to have contextual windows that can actually help you do what you need to do. If you're an enterprise, it needs to have the context of your organization. Like memory, obviously, it's about detaching yourself from the importance of the asset versus recognizing if that asset has pricing power. Like the reason NVIDIA's asset, their GPU, has pricing power is because they have a moat and no one can replicate it. At least historically, for the past 3 years, no one's been, I know there's custom ASICs now, but the point is NVIDIA's been able to have this hyper growth because you can't just make a Vera Rubin or a Blackwell or an H20.
Yeah.
But with Micron, Samsung, SK, the reason there's multiple companies is because, yeah, you could replicate it. It's just really hard to build the fab, which gets into the argument that, there's a lot of demand, little supply, buy the stock because they're going to have pricing power. If any part of that narrative flips, and that's all the market's reacting to right now with these misses on SK Hynix, because theoretically SK Hynix should have so much demand that they are massively beating these numbers, even if the expectations are so high. That's why NVIDIA, trades at its premium, because it does that every quarter. And that's where the market, says, okay, yeah, we're right to bet on the thesis that the CapEx beneficiary is going to keep winning because demand outstrips supply. Missing on earnings is not the end of the world, but if it cracks that narrative just a little, you start to get the stock price to get the reaction that's happening right now.
Are you peak bearish right now? Peak bearish, Amit?
My rant is probably the bottom on memory right now.
Yeah, let's call it right now.
What did you rant on last week that we said would be the bottom?
IBM. Did I call the bottom?
Dude, you definitely called the bottom.
Did I? Oh yeah, baby. I got that.
205 to 230.
That's it. Everybody go buy SanDisk right now.
Everyone go freaking buy SanDisk right now.
Yeah.
Let's see if my rant actually bottoms this. No, look, again, I would not be surprised to see these flip green tomorrow, especially if, the market's pricing in a hike and Warsh says we're not doing anything. But I just cannot believe they actually missed their numbers. But to your point, they're not an American company, so maybe they don't have the emphasis of always beating their numbers, right?
Yeah.
The way Micron does.
I mean, they're doing well. Memory is extremely important, right? But it's not like important. Like, what would have been funny? I had like a couple terabytes of memory laying around. I should have just held that. Could I have resold it for money? That would have been a better trade. Just holding on to my sticks of memory than reselling it. That was a thing. No, I'm not buying cheaply. I'm not. I've never even. I don't think I'll be. I don't know I still wouldn't buy it. We need Chris. I still wouldn't buy it. I just think
why are you not buying the memory stocks right now?
I mean, because
they're obviously cheap, right? You're not denying that.
No, they're not obviously cheap. What are you talking about?
You think a forward PE is expensive?
Dude, I think you're out of whack on how you're relating that. That's
so what makes Micron expensive to you? That's my question.
The second, so I think it's going to be, first of all, they're already booked out through 2027. What the hell's the upside? No, there's no upside.
The upside is a re-rating on the stock being trading at 80% lower than tech companies.
It's already trading at a market multiple.
No, it's not. The market multiple is 25 times. What are you saying?
Dude, what's 4P on Micron right now?
7? Micron 4P.
Let me pull up mine.
11. No, it's lower than that, right? Hold on. Let me get the exact chart.
Sign in.
Micron forward P, I'll tell you right now, is 5.25. This is not a market multiple, dude. It's an 80% discount to a market multiple. It's 5.2.
Current P 18 or current P 18.
Yeah, but we're not going to use the current. We never use the current PE. We always use the forward to look at tech stocks.
Dude, it's not a tech stock. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, what? That's the whole argument.
It's not selling software, but it's involved in technology. I don't think there's a pushback you would have to that. It's
Price
not
10.
It's not selling soft. Look, my point is Micron is cheap, which is my question for why you're not buying. Now, I thought your answer would be because you think it's cyclical and a low PE is usually the top. But if that's not what you're saying, then I don't know what you're.
That's literally, well, I think there's more interesting plays because if with memory itself.
No. I've heard you say this before. I don't necessarily love that argument. I want you to justify intrinsically, because there's always a more interesting play. Like intrinsically, Micron itself, why would you not buy it? Forget the other shiny object.
You mean aside from like what am I gonna? Is it gonna be a $2 trillion company? Like,
yeah, like if a historical PE for a tech stock is 25 and Micron's at 4, why is it not a bargain to you? Is my question. I'm only asking this to get your perspective on it because I honestly don't use that metric that much. Like from that's it's just not me. Like I need to see. I'll look at market cap and I'm like, okay, where is this trading? Like Akamai's $16 billion market cap. I can look at this and be like, dude, that's like 5 of these new deals that can easily like double. Yeah, but you can't say you don't look at what the market. If Akamai was trading at an 80 times forward PE at a 16 billion market cap, it's not attractive because the growth isn't justifying the multiple. So like you still have to look at the multiple to like make sense of the market.
Yeah, but I don't want to. Every type of stock uses a different metric. So like I would just go into that groups of stock. Like some like banks don't trade on multiples like that. Like has nothing to do with how you value a bank.
But we're not talking about banks. We're not talking about tangible.
We're trying to put Micron in the bucket with a tech stock, and I'm just like, no. Like
forget tech stock. The average semiconductor stock does not trade at a forward PE of 5. Like my point is the reason I'm not getting the reason
it's still a commodity, right? That's at the end of the day to me, it's just a commodity.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for you to say. Because my answer is because it's a commodity, anything can break the narrative of it being special, and that could re-rate the stock, which goes against the argument that 4 or 5 times forward is super cheap, which technically it is. But once again, to your point, if that's a commodity multiple, then that's supposed to be what a commodity trades at. It's not supposed to be 80 times, 30 times. Like people pay 35 times on Microsoft or 40 times on Apple for some reason.
I just don't think you can argue. I just don't see an argument that it's not a commodity though. And like, I just never understood it. Like what is even if the argument is like some demand, but like, how is it still not a commodity at the end of the day? Like we're going to figure out how to make more of it somewhere.
Since when does a commodity get a 5-year contract? I don't think that's disproving that it's getting long-term contracts to me does not disprove. Look, Elon thanking Micron on the call for giving them allocation of memory.
MP Materials would be like any commodity company would, like, if you have a big project that you need to build stuff, you would like lock up supply of a mining company for 5 years.
And if it's hard to get that supply, if you're on the earnings call, you would thank the CEO for giving you it doesn't change the fact that it's a commodity. It's just, look, even if it is a commodity, I think the question, the bulls, this is where I give the bulls strength here. Even if it is a commodity, should it trade at, 12 times forward instead of 4 times forward? That's where, look, I think there's a reasonable case to say, look, it does deserve, even because this time is a bit different with the cycle, to not trade at 5 times forward, maybe 8, 9 times, which is still a big move in the stock from these levels. And I think that could happen. I think you agree that could happen. It could be, you could get back to 1200, but the risk to reward is the tough part here. Now that it's already been there and came.
Yeah, because if you're in this to get back to 1200 and it gets back to 1200 next month, that's how this is trading right now. It's trading like that. I don't know. So either you own it because you own it forever. Like I never sold my silver. Like I should have sold my silver, but I never sold the silver. I'll just own it for basically ever until it gets back again and I decide I need the money for it. So you could do that. But yeah, I don't know. Memory's consumable commodity. There's there's more companies coming. We'll see. But are they important? Yeah, for sure.
The good thing is, even if Micron gets back to 1500, even if you don't own memory, whatever else you own that's high beta should rip. So you don't, you don't have, to Jason's point, you don't have to be in the memory trade. I don't think Rocket Lab's gonna be stuck at 60 if Micron's pushing 1500. You know, like I think a lot of names will rip, but I'm questioning what euphoria we need to get into for that to happen again, with all the shit we've got to deal with right now. And maybe it's just consolidation, as Jason's also been saying for the past couple of weeks. These names need to chill out before we make that next leg higher. But in the process of chilling out, do they take a wick all the way down to levels that no one wants to see before they get there?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I just don't want to I'm just saying, like, speaking to your audience specifically, I'm just looking at a market that is reminiscent of all markets that just absolutely decimate a lot of new traders. You know, they whipsaw you one way, then the other. You think you sniped a low, and it bounces on you only to see it go lower, 2 weeks later or a week later, and you're like, what happened? It just makes sense to wait. It just makes sense to wait. Tell us my secret tickers.
Yeah. Do you have any secret tickers for us this week?
This year?
We totally went off the rails for TT, guys, but
it was fun. Yeah. I'm the CDNs are next to me for me. Fastly's still up there. So, like, how is Fastly holding $20 right now? Yeah. I think, Cloudflare's still up there. Yeah. Cloudflare's still up there. Still a security super cycle. We'll see. It's still a networking super cycle, which all these things also take memory, right? Memory goes in all these things. So, like, I get it. Memory is very important. I don't have a secret ticker right here. Well, if I had to say my highest conviction short right here, trade right here, right now, is actually a short that has nothing to do with tech at all. Is that weird? It was short GDX, gold miners. I was like, gold. I'm like, I'm happy being in this trade. Oil, I think, goes up. We just saw it go up. I think bounces and trades in a higher than historical range in generally speaking. Gold is topped. I don't think that sets up very great for your gold miners. So I think that's, to me, like, okay, I have no problem being short a gold miner ETF.
I kind of like gold at these levels, though, right? Because everyone
no. Gold miners.
I know, but like, don't they trade with gold a lot of the time?
So gold miners have their biggest cost is fuel to mine, right? GLD, like,
yeah, but are you actually bearish oil for the next few months?
Bullish. Like, GLD could do this, but even still, like, gold is like at least bottoming. They're coming off of, here's gold. You're barely at a little bit of support level. If this loses that, yeah, no, I'm not really bullish gold here. I'm like, you can wait. I think it's topped GDX specifically. No, I think you got some more dollars to go here. Like, I don't think you remember GDX was at $21 like a couple years ago, and it went to $120. I was like the biggest gold. Do you remember? Like,
but dude, to me, it's just it just went up with gold. So the reason it's going down is because gold
didn't go up with gold, is what I'm telling you. It lagged gold for a long time. Like, this is 2025, April, July, finally made a move. Gold was making.
No, that was very similar to gold.
Dude, no, look, gold was down here 2022. For 2 years, gold was breaking out. And for 2 years, that's up, doubled, and then GDX did nothing that entire time until.
No, but go do 2022 to 2025. What's the
GDX movement.
Here. 2022. 2025.
That's end of 2024. That's not 2025. 2025, you got to do end of 2024 for gold.
This guy's gonna make me go side by side.
Or just put them on top of each other because I'm curious.
So
They
you
look
want to
like-
do it on top?
They look like the same charts, bro. They don't look that different.
They're different. Okay, so gold.
Bro, I don't know
Bro.
what difference you see. That's the same shit to me.
Hold on. I gotta change.
There's
this.
like a very small divergence between.
Hold
the
on, you're not seeing it right. I gotta scale this. The Jesus Christ.
The only reason I'm asking is because I actually know a couple people that are super bullish gold right now because everyone hates it,
Scale price.
and so gold miners are kind of the same trade.
They're bullish gold.
Yeah, because everyone hates gold right now. I mean, JP Morgan came out with a $6,000 target on it, and they were like, buy the fear on gold. That's why I was curious why you don't like the gold miners. If
I don't think it has anything to do with gold. I think gold miners are. I think gold can go up, and I don't think it would change the gold mining trade for me.
no, but you agree the chart looks the same, right? Like,
No, it's very similar. I need to get on the right aspect ratio. But it lags, is my point.
okay, can we end up stream with BTC?
Oh.
End it out with that.
You want to do charts? We have to do charts.
I mean, let's just do Bitcoin. We'll end it up.
View price scale. I can't get it to do the same. I think this is where I was. Gold was going up.
I don't see
They
that
were
difference at
lagging.
all. I'm sorry, I do
I
not.
know
see
you
it.
don't, but I mean, this is a year of divergence here, 2024, and then it finally caught up. I don't think it matters. It's not about gold. You want to do
All
Biddy?
Biddy.
Biddy.
Eddie is waiting. By the way, shout out to Ed. It was his birthday last week. So shout out to you, Eddie. Give us something bullish for Eddie's birthday. For BTC. Was my rant really the bottom on SK Hynix, guys?
It's
Anyone
possible.
buy it? It's still down 3%, but it's closer to a recovery than not.
Yeah. The only thing bullish I could say right here is that there's a little trend line, since you're asking for bullish. If you connect these three from 2023 to 2023 lows, connect these little dotaroos, and you'll arrive exactly where we are right now on the Biddy. I'm still saying this has got to go higher. I think last time I said it's at least should get to 69, but it didn't, or 70 something. Like it should at least get to 74.
Dude, if we just see a 7 handle, I think people would be so happy.
God, that's so sad.
Even a 7 handle would be amazing.
I think it should at least get to 74, but it's, you know what, dude, it's taking its sweet ass time. So maybe you see a 5 handle on it first before that happens. It's still in the cards. But she's not what do you want me to say, dude? She's not going up, bro. You're at resistance. But you're in a very tight range. So she's gonna battle. She'll battle. Here's your support, very near term, all of this. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, you could do this, but eventually you need to see that in order to get to 73, 74, which I still think you should at least get there. But does it take another dip ski first to do that? I think it's very possible, which is actually the same as the rest of the market. So so the good news is maybe peak bear snipe the low here. Possibly.
Apparently, there was a 7.1 magnitude earthquake an hour ago in Japan.
Does that disrupt supply?
Yeah, I think it could.
Very
It hit
possible.
southern Japan an hour ago.
Look, Seagate is already back. Look at that.
I mean, maybe that. Look, because again, missing by a couple billion with those incredible numbers shouldn't deserve a 10% decline. But just the miss itself, like, again, the trade is already so fragile, right?
It is fragile. I think that's really it, right? WC, SNDK. But again, that's literally my point. Like, I feel like roller coaster incoming. Just strap in, man. Don't have to make any big decisions, because even if that was a low for the session, like it could go back up to what do we say, 140, and then be back at 110 the very next day. That's how these things are trading right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you said in the beginning,
Bullish, and now the charts are going to go down. Just watch. You gotta stay. You have to stay bearish. No,
but with real money, I have not bought these names. I am so afraid that this memory thing is boom and bust, even though I know we need more memory demand. I just can't stomach owning this shit, dude. Like the neo clouds are easier for me to buy because I see the cloud computing as way more sustainable.
I mean, do you mind owning, like, for somebody that owns memory? I don't think it's a problem owning it, right? Like, as long as it's not like 100% of your portfolio.
No, but it also depends what price you get in. Like, even if you make it a 2% position, but you get in at a level where the risk reward really isn't that attractive.
Yeah.
You know?
It's 15 minutes till the Cosby opens. I think we have to stay another 15 now, don't we?
No, we gotta
wait. But you can do this. If you want, you can go to papergains.com, and there's a stock draft that we talked about. Did I show you this? Did I show you this?
Yeah.
I did. Okay. Look what we're doing. So we're gonna do you. So you just go to the website and then you click on portfolio, and then there's we're gonna test out monthly now. So you get a 1 month long.
Is there a public leaderboard? Can we see who's winning?
Yeah. So we don't have publicly leaderboard. Just go to the site. It's free. This will always be free. Right now, is Nvidia? Oh, it's
Rach. It's Races from the chat. She's number 2.
Dude, it's Rach. Oh, Graham is Graham. Dude, Rach won the founders round. But you can always see who's here.
What did she pick? I want to
Rach
see.
is in Singapore, dude.
Oh, she's in Singapore? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's our girl from Singapore, man. She got, you know what she got? How rude is that? She took Corning short on me. I see short.
Oh, that's why she was talking about Corning in the chat.
She crushed it. Amcor short. Oh, but see how, like, you can weight it differently. So 25, 17, 12. She's got Bloom short. Oh man. She's even got cake. Do they have Cheesecake Factory in Singapore?
No, they do not.
Yeah,
they had a lot of they had a lot of American fast food, but they didn't have cheesecake.
Really?
They had Popeyes. Like, they had Popeyes here. Like,
Celestica short. I actually
Spy's moving. Do we have a tweet?
Wait.
Do we have a tweet? I'm going straight to Truth Social. I don't see a tweet. Is Spy actually moving, guys, or are you just saying that?
No, I moved.
No, it moved. No, that's a move.
It's
a move.
It's a move.
I don't see any tweets. I don't see any Trump stuff.
Is Evan here? Oh, what's up? What's up, Evan? Evan's gonna do a face reveal soon.
Granted, it's a 0.19% move, but still, on the SPY, that's actually a lot.
It's a god candle, man.
That's a 20% of 100 basis points. That is, I mean, that is relevant on the
It's
SPY.
half of today's entire range.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, looking at SPY, I'm like, dude, I'm just saying. Think we bounce.
Maybe Hynix said something on the call that the market likes.
Dude, if the call had not started. Okay, so Hynix is over. This is so technically when I was looking at SanDisk and it just a little line, this is today's low. Like the moment that it stopped going down and it recovered today's low, you're like, okay. And then we're retesting it right. Oh, we just recovered. So on SK Hynix 128. Look, Micron was at 789. Just like
Okay, but do you think tomorrow those levels we just tested, we actually test during the market open? Like, is that likely to you?
during the market, I don't think after hours matters at all. Like I think the pre-market matters. So where these are trading at in our morning, tomorrow morning I think matter, but because of FOMC tomorrow, dude, it could go any way you want. I think that the market is exhausted from selling off so much and that we can have a little bit of a springy bounce, but from there, where do we go? I think that's up to Warsh and Meta and Microsoft, right?
Dude, honestly, the SPY might be moving because the memory stocks are moving, and I mean, there is a decent chunk of exposure there. Maybe that's why.
Evan, I've gotten destroyed on T1 Energy.
Dude, I don't get T1, man. People aped into that shit.
I just think there's
it's the Trump administration, and people are excited about solar. I didn't get it. Like it's the guy who says drill, baby, drill, and people are excited about solar. Now I get it. Leopold's in it. I get it, but still, like,
yeah, but he flopped the last couple too, right? So far, I'm saying you can't hit lightning multiple times back to back.
Oh,
Hot streak, dude. People FOMO.
He got SanDisk right. He got Bloom right. He got Intel right. He got Micron right.
The last ones he did, like the last
two. Right.
No, the last two.
The last two were what?
I think Keel and Iran.
T1. Oh, Iran and Keel T1 haven't done. And CoreWeave technically is not up a lot on CoreWeave.
And those are the last three, right? Those are the last ones, the most recent ones.
Yeah. Yeah, Hive hasn't done anything, right? That's been so he's like 4 for 5, which is still amazing, but
people come into the server when I'm on a hot streak too, and they're like, dude, whatever. I'm like, no, dude. Trust me, I'm on a hot streak. Just fade me for a little bit. Just fade whatever I do for a week. Do the total opposite. You'll be good, right? But let me do my thing. That's how it works.
Yeah, maybe SPY is just moving because memory is V-shaping. Maybe that's why. There you go. SK up 1% now. So it took a 7% decline, reversed, and now the market's going to have to decide if Warsh is bullish or bearish enough to take these down.
Yeah. Was it English? The call was not in English though, right? Keel, that's right.
Probably not.
Yeah, Scotty. Chill.
Look, but it is also based on, this is part of the reason I'm not in memory. I don't have the emotional. I could see Robinhood go down. I can deal with it. I can't, I'm not buying a supplier in HBM and DRAM and seeing that go down. Like I know myself. I would probably be like, okay, I'm out of this shit. Same thing with the photonics things. I can't.
Yeah, because you don't have any conviction to hold as an investment. So like from the high to low, from the low to the high already, it's up 12%. I mean, guys, just so you know, Emit such paper hands, like he would be out a long time ago. Yeah. He would have held this for like $2 of this money. But also, it's not up either yet. Just FYI.
You have to have conviction to do. And the problem is, like, people see a bounce and they're like, all right, this is the moment. And it's like, Micron has bounced a billion times in the past month and has only made new lows every other week after those bounces ended up being dead cats, right? So it's like, now if you have conviction in Micron, it doesn't matter because you think it's going to 2,000. But if you don't, it's like, how many of those bounces would have shook you out?
Yeah, it is very frustrating. I think we're just at a more frustrating moment because the bounces are, to your point, new lows. But part of what I'm saying that's kind of buried in here is that they're very incremental new lows. Like they're not the big flush out new lows. So either we get the big flush out new low, or we actually reverse. But we don't have, they've just been those incremental new lows. It's not anything massive. And
I mean, dude, Micron was at 9. Yesterday was a bad day. I didn't really look, but it ended at $900. Like, that's not even
my point is exactly this, right? So the last low was 803 right here. Yeah. So we just made 750. I'll turn on after hours just so it's easier, like more definitive. So it's a very incremental low. So we went from 875 being the low, and then we go to whatever this is, 803 being the low, to, I mean, 7 and change being the low. So yeah, it is new lows, but it's not, we still don't have the big whoosh flush out new low. So either that's still coming, or this is just not actually really going down. It's because right now it's just stares down, which is not fun. It's very frustrating. And that's either people get frustrated and they actually exit stage left, in which case that will show up as the whoosh, new low. Or we're actually going to go higher at some point, but I don't think it's even this month. Like,
but you're also so right on this, because even Nvidia throughout the day, so many bounces, it ended up 50 cents. It's like none of those bounces were like, and it corresponded with the rest of the semis. So like, I think you're right. We need to see a real move up for people to think they can trust it.
We need to see a real move in one direction or the other. I don't even care at this point, right? Like, just give me something like that I can sink my teeth into, not like this little, like, whatever stuff. So until then, I don't know that we get a clean trend. But it's not over till it's over. Is there news? The call just started.
By the way, oil is still up, dude. It's not like oil's coming down. So it's kind of, I have no idea.
I don't think it matters. I think that's like old macro oil up, down. I don't think oil matters for this market, dude, quite frankly.
No, I think you're wrong. I think oil definitely matters. Well, to an extent.
Yeah. Not like it mattered in the 80s or whatever, or even the more recent.
Well, my point is, after hours, the SPY's making a move, but oil keeps going higher. So I kind of,
dude, it's all like this after hours for us. We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow we can be up or down, but the morning will know.
All right, folks, we will be back tomorrow morning. So tomorrow's gonna be a crazy day, guys. So tomorrow we have the market open, then we have FOMC.
When do we have live trading?
You could live trade if you'd like.
No, Amit and Jason live trading.
Dude, one day we should definitely do that. That would be fun.
I feel like we at least do bingo. Do you at least run FOMC bingo?
I don't, but I know.
I really like bingo.
So I can't do that tomorrow tomorrow I'm going to be tomorrow I'm doing, I'm doing the same thing I did last year. So Robinhood's having their earnings in person. So I am going to be streaming in New York. So I am going to be like I did this last time. I did the stream from a WeWork, and then I leave to go do the earnings and ask the question. So I'll be with Tanner and Roy, and so I'm gonna have to do FOMC from the WeWork as well. But we're not covering Meta or Microsoft. Jose and Neil will be. I mean, we're gonna cover them, but we're not gonna listen to the call. So the bingo is gonna be a little hard tomorrow because I'll be on my laptop in a WeWork. But tomorrow's gonna be a long day.
So we've got a lot of shit.
All good.
Okay, they're asking us to stay 5 more minutes for. We already know Kospi is probably going to be green. Do we really need to stay for it?
We don't know that. That's
SB
literally
Hynix-
they're saying that's the moment it's going to reverse because you finally turned bullish, and that's how they get you.
Dude, it's up 2% now. It took my rant. It bottomed. It's up. Like Kospi should have opened at least 1% higher.
Yeah,
I mean, Kospi was down 10%. Is it really going to go down another 10% today?
possibly.
Dude, if it
But play the
actually-
portfolio. Do that instead of actually trading real money. Play. This is our version of Gamblers Anonymous. If you need to, get your picks in, do your thing, allocate some dineros. It just works like this. Pick stocks. Funny money, by the way. Allocate, submit, and you get to rebalance. Similar to how we did the what's it called? Stock draft, but it's different. It's portfolio challenge. It's free.
By the way, everyone can follow Jason here if you are not. Let me link his X. Jason, thanks for going longer with us today. Jason has a very pregnant wife at home, so
Dude,
home pretty soon.
you know, we're coming to New York. We'll be in New York next week. I think I leave Saturday or something. And our wifey is 8 months pregnant now. She's not due for till like the very first week of September, but we went in for a growth scan or whatever. This kid is as big as my firstborn already. And I'm like, supposedly. I'm like, oh my goodness. And she's like, yeah, she's ready to pop any moment.
So it could happen any day now, basically.
Yeah. I'm legit like, I'm going to be across the country. I committed to this, so I do what I say I'm going to do. I'm just like, that's what we do. But yeah, this is, I knew it was going to be tight. I just didn't know it was going to be this tight. I didn't know. Then I'm kind of freaking out.
I mean, if anything, if she goes into labor, you can just leave quickly, right?
No.
Oh, like if she calls you and you're at the event and she's in labor, like you would leave, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it's still I wouldn't be home by the time the kid's born. The kid's gonna be born.
Event in New York. I forgot. You're right.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, so you're just hoping that
Yeah.
she doesn't go.
Yeah.
You think she would be mad if she goes into labor and you can't make it?
Oh, I'm gonna try, but like I just know, like it would be
tough, you know.
Yeah.
Dude, just get a private jet.
You won't even be able to pick me up from the airport. Who's gonna pick me up? I got an Uber. Skip the birth. You couldn't really fly. You can't fly when you're that pregnant.
Yeah. That's the other issue. All right, 1 minute. It's got to open green, bro. There's no way this thing doesn't open green.
Well, so here's the thing. You can stay here for the open, and then, but it doesn't really matter because it's like the first 15 minutes after the open, then you see what's really real.
That's fair.
So like we have to stretch it another 15.
Yeah, so we're not going to stay for 15. But Jason's right. Like the first minute's probably not going to matter, but because yesterday it actually opened green, and then it just slowly started falling down 10%.
Yeah, well, that was Monday.
Yeah, Monday. Sorry, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
Would Kospi moon on a Hynix earnings miss? Well, if Hynix is recovering, I would imagine Kospi doesn't have to tank. Let me pull it up. SPY again is up 0.4. SPY is actually up nicely. Kospi. Is it not open at this time?
Oh, you have the thing.
No, it's not showing for me. Oh no. Okay, it's up 1%. There you go. It's up 1%, folks. There you go. 6,089.
Yay, green. These Ryan's texting me. They don't have my size in the chair. I thought Herman Miller chairs had 2 sizes, big and small. They do not.
I mean, there might be extra big and extra small, but
I asked for a wide load version. I don't know if you're gonna be the weight limit. Okay. We're back.
All right, folks. We are out. Thank you all for being here. We'll be back in the market open.
Real.
Tomorrow's a crazy day. Market open, Fed, earnings.
Who's coming on the show? I might stop by if I'm able.
Yeah, it's just me, Tanner, Roy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you guys aren't having like a bunch of hijinks, whatever.
Yeah.
My request is bingo. FOMC bingo. We'll have fun. But either way, I might stop by, say what's up, and be like, see, guys, it was all for nothing, only to have the market dump on us the day after.
Okay, real quick. Hood, pump or dump tomorrow? What do you think?
Hood, pump. And then, yeah, pump. But I don't know if she holds it. But like pumpage. I like it. I actually, so Meta, Microsoft, Amazon. Those are the 3 left, Mags? Who else? Meta, Microsoft,
And
Amazon,
NVIDIA.
Apple. Not NVIDIA. So can you pull it? Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. Of those 4, what's your pick?
To pump the most?
Yeah. Or dump the most.
I mean, low
You go
key.
Qualcomm.
Meta, Microsoft. I want to say Amazon because it's taken a pretty big beating. I was actually going to say Apple, but it's at all-time highs. I don't think you could pick Apple. I would pick Amazon.
I think I'm picking Amazon too. Actually,
Amazon's like 255-ish.
it was at 225 today. Did you?
I know.
I mean, I was like, I want to sell some puts on it. I was going to sell puts on Amazon and CoreWeave again, but
Pretty split. It's literally 25, 25, 20, 27% say Amazon, but it's very split.
Wow, no love.
Yeah, 30% Amazon.
Probably the easiest trade is NVIDIA into those reports.
Yeah.
Actually. All right, guys. Amazon's back to green, or NVIDIA back to 197. Let's see if we can get through 200 tomorrow.